milione Τον κύριο Χριστενίτη.
Η υδραυλική κυριαρχεί παντού. Τι κάνεις, Γιάννη μου? Καλά, εσύ. Εσύ πώς είσαι τώρα?
Δεν ξέρω όμως γιατί συμβαίνει αυτό. Κανονικά θα μπορούσα να το διαχειριστώ. Τώρα είμαστε κανονικά, ακουγόμαστε.
Εντάξει, να κλείσουμε τους υπόλοιπους, όσοι δεν θέλουν.
Όλοι οι υπόλοιποι κλειστοί. Μικρόφωνα.
Ωραία. Αυτός out ένα, αυτός.
Όχι, αυτός είναι ο πόντιουμ. Ο πόντιουμ. Ο user 1 είναι αυτός που κάθεται ο κύριος Χατζηπαράκης, ο moderator 2 είναι αυτός που κάθεται εσείς και ο user 3 είναι ο άλλος.
Ο κύριος είναι κλειστός τώρα.
Ωραία.
Out ένα.
Οι δύο έξω είναι, ο out 1 και θα συνεχθεί και ο out 2.
Εντάξει, δεν θέλουμε να τους βλέπουμε τώρα. Θέλουμε να τους κλείσουμε, να τους φύγουμε μπροστά. Μην βγάζουμε τέτοια εικόνα έξω.
Α, να μην έχουμε ούτε την εικόνα.
Όχι, όσοι οι users δεν έχουν εικόνα, δεν έχουν βίντεο, να είναι.
Το έχω βάλει.
Αυτός γιατί φαίνεται το out 1.
Δεν ξέρω, το έχω βάλει αυτό το.
Τι είναι το out 1. Έχει κλειστό βίντεο όμως, γιατί να κάνουμε το εδώ. Και τώρα βγάζουμε αυτή την εικόνα έξω.
Ωραία. Ναι.
Είναι και άμεσα χρησιμοποιήσιμο. Άμεσα.
Τι κάνουμε, καλά είμαστε, τι κάνουμε.
Τι κάνετε.
Ωραία, μια χαρά. Μόνο έτσι το πάρει, μια χαρά είσαι.
Τι περιμένουμε, πού Κρετάνης είναι εδώ ή δεν.
Να βρεθούμε σήμερα αύριο πρωί με Αθήνα.
Και άρα να κάνουμε πάλι στην Παρασκευή σαν θέμα.
Χαίρετε, κύριε.
Ναι, εγώ. Σε εκείνο θα τους συμβαίνουν. Καλά είστε.
Παρά ένας.
Τουλάχιστον ένας παρά ένας.
Μία παρά μία, δύο και ένα πώς.
Κανονικά δύο λες μία. Τι γίνεται, πώς πάει, καλά.
Αλλά εντάξει, ωραία, ενδιαφέρουσα η εκδήλωση.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you for being here with us for this the Thessaloniki Sustainability Summit. Dear Rector of the Aristotle University of Thessaloniki, the Consul of the Federal Republic of Germany, President of Black Sea Universities Network, Ambassador, Secretary General of the Black Sea Economic Cooperation, distinguished guests, dear colleagues, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for being here today. It's a great honor and great pleasure to have you with us. Just a few things about this summit. This summit is organized by the United Nations Sustainable Development Solutions Network for the wider area of the Black Sea, the Black Sea Universities Network, the Thessaloniki International Fair, the region of Central Macedonia, and the Consul General of the Federal Republic of Germany in Thessaloniki. With the support of the Aristotle University of Thessaloniki, the Faculty of Engineering, the Department of Economics, the Greek-German Assembly, the German Hellenic Chamber of Commerce and Industry, and the Thessaloniki Water Supply and Sewage Company. And it is under the auspices of the Ministry of Environment and Energy of the Hellenic Republic. This event, the 2020 Thessaloniki Sustainability Summit, aims to bring together scientists, local authorities, politicians, entrepreneurs, and other stakeholders to discuss about sustainable development. The topics of the summit this year is sustainable cities and ports, and it's in accordance with the Agenda 2030 and the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals, as well as the European Green Deal. We will be having 5 discussion panels during the day. We will start with the first panel at 11 o'clock with the title Sustainable Cities, Current Status, Challenges and Opportunities. It will be moderated by Professor Mousiopoulos. The second panel, 1 hour later at 12, it's called Following the Pollution Stream from the Rivers to the Seas, and I will moderate this panel. And then at 1 o'clock, we'll have a panel on blue growth, moderated by Professor Zaroudiadis. At 2 o'clock, between 2 and 3, we'll have a lunch break. And then at 3 o'clock, we will recess for a panel on sustainable operation of ports, coordinated by Professor Koundouri from the University of Athens. And the final panel is, will start at 4 o'clock on sustainable shipping, moderated by Professor Diachristos. After that, we will recess at 5:30 in the afternoon with a wrap-up by the channel by the panel chairs. And then we will have 2 very important keynote speeches. At 6 o'clock, we will connect with Professor Jeffrey Sachs from New York, from the Columbia University, who is the global coordinator of the Sustainable Development Solutions Network. And at 6:30, we will have with us, present here, Professor Radermacher, Professor of Informatics at Ulm University in Germany. Now, before I give the floor to our distinguished guests, I would like to say a few words about the United Nations Sustainable Networks. These are networks operating under the auspices of the Secretary General of the United Nations and the global direction of Professor Jeffrey Sachs, who is, as I said, one of our keynote speakers this afternoon. The aim of these networks is to mobilize global scientific and technological expertise to promote practical solutions for sustainable development, including the implementation of the Sustainable Development Goals and the Paris Agreement. 2 years ago, a new regional network for the wider area of the Black Sea was launched, SDSN Black Sea, which is one of the organizers of today's event, comprises 12 countries from the Balkans and all over the Black Sea, is hosted by the Aristotle University of Thessaloniki, and I have the honor of chairing this network along with colleagues from our university and representatives from the other 11 countries of the network. I will give the floor now to Professor Konstantinos Katsifarakis, who is the Dean of the Faculty of Engineering, who is the host of this event today. Thank you, Professor Katsifarakis, for hosting this event.
You're very welcome, Professor Theodosiou. Professor Theodosiou was one of my first students, I must say, and one of the best ones. And now he is one of my best colleagues. Professor Theodosiou has addressed everybody, so I don't want to repeat all the titles of people being here. So in order to be short, what I have to say is that I am glad to address the Thessaloniki Sustainability Summit on behalf of the Faculty of Engineering of our university. I would be even happier if I could welcome all of you to the city of Thessaloniki as well. Nevertheless, I am sure that the summit will be very successful because of the distinguished participants and its interesting and timely topic. As I have been working for many years on sustainability issues regarding water and energy resources, I can appreciate very well its significance. It is true that this important scientific event is somehow overshadowed by the current pandemic. Nevertheless, the COVID-19 puts a challenge, and the challenge is to achieve another form of sustainability that will protect public health without disrupting social and economic activities. I believe this is very important. I have to say, with some, I'm not very happy for saying that this summit is overshadowed by World Games initiated by the Turkish leadership in Eastern Mediterranean. Let us remember that the basic prerequisite for sustainable development is peace, and let us pass this message. Thank you all for participating to this very important summit. Now, I would like to welcome our rector, Professor Papaioannou, to address the summit.
Okay. Dear Professor Theodosiou, dear Professor Katsifarakis, Dean of School of Department of Engineering, dear distinguished guests. It's great pleasure and simultaneously a great honor for being here among you. Today, we have gathered to this conference entitled Sustainable Cities and Ports, which is organized, as you heard, by SDSN, HELEXPO, BSUN, Region of Central Macedonia, and Consulate General of the Federal Republic of January, with the support of Greek-German Assembly, German Hellenic Chamber of Commerce and Industry, Thessaloniki Water Supply and Sewerage, Aristotle University of Thessaloniki, and be more specific, the Department of Economics of Aristotle University and the departments of Engineering Faculty. As you can see, this Thessaloniki Sustainability Summit is so significant for each one of us, as it targets to bring together scientists, entrepreneurs, politicians, local authorities, and stakeholders, not only to discuss about the sustainability of the cities and ports, but also to create a network between them in order to find common ground for collaboration, participation, and implementation of the sustainable development goals. The 2020 Thessaloniki Sustainability Summit consists of a series of roundtable discussions where will be analyzed the importance of the term sustainability and how from sustainable cities we can design regenerated ones. Sustainable cities can be considered as cities that have strong social, economic, and environmental performances. They have good scores when it comes to air pollution, availability of public transportation, the number of educated and employed people, the percentage of green spaces, energy consumption, or access to drinking water. At this point, we have to mention that Thessaloniki is an ascending power in the three pillars of sustainability, which are economy, society, and environment. I firmly believe that Aristotle University plays a vital role in this evolution of the city, as our motto is extroversion, entrepreneurship, sustainable way of thinking, and visualization of a new and voluntarily sustainable educational community. I hope that this conference today is one more step which brings us closer to our target. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Rector.
Thank you, Director. I would like now to call Mrs. Sibylla Berding, the Consul General of the Federal Republic of Germany. And at the same time, I would like to thank her and the German government for the support of this, their support on this event.
Kalimera. Guten Morgen. Good morning. Dear Rector of the University, dear guests, dear professors, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much for the invitation to speak shortly in your conference. I always like to be in a university. It's a wonderful atmosphere, and it brings back reminiscence. But I would have preferred to be in Hall 13 today, on the fairground of the TIF, which was meant to be the German pavilion, Os Timo Menihora. But let's not look back, but focus on the very interesting topics you will discuss today. The future is more important than looking back today. And there are so many chances in this conference with all you as experts all together to deal with the greatest problems of the future. Climate change is the global challenge of the 21st century. I think it's not Corona, it is climate change that has to be dealt with. And the situation is clear. I think no one of you will deny it. Without a significant effort of every country, of every government, of every institution, every individual even, climate change will not be stopped. It will get hotter and hotter. And pollution and increasing heat, weather extremes endanger our planet. To be precise, the planet doesn't care. It's us, the humans, who will vanish. I therefore welcome your conference very, very much, personally too, and congratulate the makers who, Professor Mousiopoulos, you showed perseverance in very difficult times. I remember we started discussing your conference, your plans and our support for it at the end of last year. And then we wanted to hold this conference in the German pavilion. And then Corona struck. Then we had hope again, because the L-Expo came up with a very good health concept. And okay, I said, let's not look back. I wish you a very, very successful conference. that brings the world nearer to sustainable cities, sustainable ports, to a better world. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Now I would like to call to the podium Professor Mitkas, ex-rector of Aristotle University of Thessaloniki, and also head of the Hellenic Authority for Higher Education, and I believe head of the University of the Black Sea University Network. Is this?
Yes, actually, I'm here in my capacity as president of the Black Sea University Network. Dear distinguished guests, dear colleagues, friends, ladies and gentlemen, I would like also to welcome you to this event, which was planned about a year ago, and as the consul just said, it was meant to be a precedent to the Thessaloniki International Fair, the week that all the people from all over the world would be in Thessaloniki. But COVID-19 changed our plans. Nevertheless, we're happy that this is one of the events that goes on almost as scheduled. The Black Sea University Network, Nikos Theodosiou mentioned it earlier, is a network of about 120 universities in 12 countries around the Black Sea, and it's all about collaboration, cooperation, and peace. As Professor Katsifarakis succinctly put it, peace is at stake in the region, and quite often it is disturbed. It is among the players who always fight for peace are the academics, people at the university, young people who come together at every possible way, and they work, they exchange ideas, and they feel that they are all part of one world that faces significant problems, and universities can provide solutions. About 2.5 years ago, when we were planning the biannual summit, Congress actually, of the Black Sea University Network in Thessaloniki, and I was the president, we came up with the idea of having sustainable development as the main theme of that conference. And the interest that was apparent among the participants created the idea, the proposal of the Sustainable Development Solutions Network Black Sea Node, which was initiated a few months later. And both organizations, BSUN and the SDSN Black Sea, have since organized several events on sustainable development. And we think that we have increased awareness among students and among colleagues. And we have come up with ideas and proposals that will move this effort forward. And one of them is a recent project that started between Aristotle University and Financial University in Moscow to establish an observatory of the main KPIs for sustainable development in the Black Sea region. So I'm really happy that sustainable development has a momentum in the region, and will continue to be an important topic. And I would like to thank all the colleagues, starting from Nikos Theodosiou and Nikos Mousiopoulos, Grigoris Zarotiadis, who are the driving force behind all of these events. Best of success in this conference. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rector.
One of the initiators of this event, of this idea, was the Prefecture of Central Macedonia. And we have with us Mr. Konstantinos Gioudikas presenting the prefecture. I think it would be nice to hear a few things about this whole concept.
Καλημέρα σε όλους. Αλλιώς σχεδιάζαμε, κύριε καθηγητά, πριν λίγο διάστημα, τη σημερινή ημερίδα. Δυστυχώς τα πράγματα έφταναν διαφορετικά. Σε κάθε περίπτωση όμως, θα μεταφέρω καταρχήν τους χαιρετισμούς του Περιφερειάρχη μας, του κ. Τζικώστα, για μια επιτυχημένη ημερίδα, και θα μου επιτρέψετε θα κατακαστώ λίγο τον χρόνο σας για να σας αναφέρω και κάποιες πρωτοβουλίες της περιφέρειας, θα είναι πάρα πολύ σημαντικές για τη σημερινή ημερίδα. Dear Professor, dear guests, ladies and gentlemen, the transformation of Thessaloniki, which is the largest urban center in the wider region, into a modern, sustainable and smart city, is the quintessence of the strategic planning of the region of Central Macedonia. Our political planning aims at a single goal: the utilization of all the comparative advantages the city has, of its privileged geographical position, and of course, the support and redevelopment of the infrastructure of its port, which for us means an investment in the development of the whole of our region and our country. In this context, the regional governor of Central Macedonia, Mr. Apostolos Tzitzikostas, in his recent meeting with the board of directors of the Port Authority, reaffirmed the board that the region of Central Macedonia will offer its assistance in the efforts so that the port of Thessaloniki will finally acquire its real role and take advantage of its potential as a key port not only for the southeastern but also in Central Europe. In a meeting he had last Thursday with the Minister of Transport, Mr. Kostas Karamanlis, he obtained the commitment of the ministry to accelerating the connection of the port of Thessaloniki with the national Thessaloniki-Athens highway. In addition, the commitment that an auction about the flyover of the ring road of Thessaloniki will take place soon were also obtained. This flyover will improve transport and traffic in Central Macedonia and will minimize congestions in the city of Thessaloniki. At the same time, we work systematically for clean urban transport in the city, implementing the Sustainable Urban Development Plan and utilizing European resources. Additionally, we support the supply for 50 electric vehicles for the municipality of Thessaloniki and a number of neighboring municipalities. Soon, we will replace the polluting vehicles of the region with electric ones. At the same time, through the remarkable events of Voltaro, we are training citizens to prefer clean means of transportation. These events, who were very successful, were meant to take place in 2020 for the fourth consecutive year, but we decided to suspend them due to the restrictions brought about the COVID-19. Ladies and gentlemen, the city that will show resilience to the challenges of climate change and to the reckless human intervention to the natural environment is the one that will be able to move with steady, hopeful steps toward to the future. We hope that we will ensure this type of environment protection which the city of Thessaloniki needs to a large extent through the control of research laboratory of the region of Central Macedonia. Personally, I'm particularly pleased because I contributed to the partnership of the forces of the region and the Aristotle University of Thessaloniki so that the environmental laboratory, which is based in the port area, will be able to seal the city with continuous all year round soil and water chemical analysis and with vital high scientific level research studies. At the same time, for the first time, a system of very high technological standards is being developed, aiming at the prevention and the finding solutions for the phenomenon of coastal zone erosion in the geographical boundaries of region of Central Macedonia. The Integrated Coastal Zone Management Observatory aims to prevent and manage the risk of erosion as a result of climate change. It is a project financed by European resources of the region. A digital multi-sensor float connected to a satellite is currently collecting data on water quality, temperature, Pecha, etc., in the sea of area of Makrigalos of Pieria. At the same time, restoration works for the subsoil, which has been polluted by heavy metals, industrial waste, and liquid wastewater of unknown origins, are in progress. These works are financed by European resources of the region. In the first phase, they will apply in an area about 6,000 square meters on the west coastal front, and in a later stage, they will be extended to reach the lagoon of Kalahari. Speaking of the western coast front, we should mention that the region of Stella Macedonia promotes an ambitious but much needed plan for a full renovation of its 6,000 square meters, consisting of a total of 14 programs in action. The aim of this project is to be the connecting link of the urban area with the National Park of Axios. A 6-kilometer coastal walk from Western Thessaloniki to the Kalahari Lagoon area will be created through the Sustainable Urban Development Program. At the same time, the study of the redevelopment of the west coastal area of Thessaloniki, which was conducted as part of the co-financed TerraMed project, will be utilized. The implementation of this plan, which is now in progress, constitutes parts of the big picture of the unification and unified utilization of the coastal front of Thessaloniki from Angelohori to Kalahari. It is an emblematic project, which I had the honor to organize and coordinate during my previous office as Vice Governor of Development and Environment, in consultation with the Department of Southern Macedonia of the Technical Chamber of Greece and all coastal municipalities of the urban complex. The first stage of this special plan has now been completed to be submitted for approval by the responsible ministers. We will achieve a safe, unified, and organized design of the approximately 40 kilometers of the coastal front of Thessaloniki, with a continuous coastal recreation area and a large walking axis, which will allow the smooth movement of citizens by the sea, on foot or by bike, with functional links to water transport, the metro, the existing cultural sites, sports centers, historical sites, and the new city landmarks. Our main goal is for all the required studies to have been completed by the end of this year. As I have already mentioned, is the biggest emblematic development project which has been designed and will be implemented in Thessaloniki. This, in combination with the project I previously spoke about, we believe will play a key role in the viability of the city, its new design, and its potential to look to the future with optimism. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Vitikas, for your nice presentation. Now I would like to call the representative of the Helexpo, the International Fair of Thessaloniki, Mr. Pozrikidis here? No.
So the last one to call during this press session is Professor Stavropoulos, who is the president of the Thessaloniki Water Supply and Sewage Company. With our special thanks for their support and this organization of this event.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, honored guests, dear colleagues, dear friends. It's an honor and a pleasure to have the opportunity to greet distinguished guests from different parts of the world, and also some good colleagues and friends in situ at the Thessaloniki Sustainable Summit, which has its very timely Sustainable Cities and Ports theme. I believe that we will all agree on the finding that on a global level, we face a combination of challenges we never expected to experience. Pandemics, which were believed to be a thing of the past, are now part of today's world. We face a globalized recession, which is deeper than the one in the 1930s. And there is an ongoing environmental crisis, which we tend to forget. All those provide a very fertile ground for social unrest in developed countries, for questioning common sense in many cases, also for poverty and mass migration in the less developed ones. I think that it is against this background that resilient urban infrastructure will have to perform and ensure a feasible and viable transition to the sustainable growth model that will guarantee fair prospects for the coming generations. Thessaloniki Water Supply and Sewage Treatment Company is the biggest listed company in northern Greece. And we are working on the provision of two key infrastructure elements, water supply and sewage treatment, with a common denominator being the management of precious water resources. We are proud of our vision to be a robust organization, provides top quality services to its consumers, its customers, and that ensures the sustainability of water ecosystem in the greater Thessaloniki area. We are working in that direction, our CEO, first of all, and we're working in that direction on the basis of a comprehensive strategy and by means of effective planning, collaboration, and utilization of the company's staff expertise, but also through partnership with the city's main stakeholders. In this line, we are in the line of this approach, we are currently implementing an investment plan that will in the next few years double the refining capacity of water, that will refurbish our sewage treatment plant in order to increase its effectiveness and utilize wastewater for agricultural use. And finally, we have the goal of decarbonizing our operations, aiming at the reduction of our carbon footprint by 40% in the coming years. I think as a company, but if you allow me also on a personal base, we are particularly proud of our cooperation in a series of research activities with the Aristotle University, since we believe that research, both basic and applied, and tertiary education are amongst the key pillars for the transition towards a sustainable growth model in the society. And I believe that the shining example of this cooperation is a very recent research project that we have with elaborating physicochemical model for the SARS-CoV concentration in the sewage system of the city. This was the rector's initiative, and I think it has yielded already some very interesting and also applicable results. We are therefore very glad that this event is taking place despite the uncertainties. We're very glad to be here and be able to support this event today. And I would like to congratulate the organizers and wish you a very successful summit, productive deliberation, and an exciting to the best possible degree and fruitful day. Thank you very much.
Before I give the floor to the panelists of the first panel discussion, I would like to inform you that this whole event is transmitted through live streaming to our YouTube channel to all the participants who could not be here due to the restrictions of COVID-19. We have a lot of registrations from all over the world, more than 300 registrations from Japan to Brazil and from Korea to the United States, all over Europe, Africa. I'm sure that many of them are online now watching us, and I'm sure that they will follow the event during the day. The event will be available on our YouTube channel, and after we finish our discussions for the day. So the first, the moderator of the first panel is Professor Mouskiopoulos, and I give the floor to him. Thank you.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It is a privilege for me to chair this panel of experts to discuss with them on ways to make our cities more sustainable. This is a must, given the obvious worldwide trend towards urbanization and in view of the threatening indications of climate change. In one sentence, for urban sustainability, we need carbon neutrality and circularity. To tackle the problems associated with these two things, we need strong policy and science interactions. This is reflected in the structure, by the structure of this panel. Starting with the German panel participants, if I may, we have Johannes Othal, Professor of Physics and Director of the Institute of Meteorology and Climate Research at the Karlsruhe Institute of Technology. He is holder of various prestigious international prizes and was recently appointed member of KIT's Board of Directors responsible for the natural and the built environment. Gerhard Bauer is one of the most experienced German regional politicians. Already in his third term as the district commissioner of Schwäbisch Hall, and allow me to say its term is 8 years, and Schwäbisch Hall is a city in the southern part of Germany. I belong to those admiring him for his profound knowledge on waste management, a cardinal aspect for urban sustainability. The two Greek panel members have much in common: the same Christian name, a comparable age, and a fascination for electronics and programming. They studied both electrical and computer engineering. To my right, Dimitris Papastergiou decided already 2 decades ago to devote his career to local governance. Being since 2014 mayor of his native town, Trikala, he succeeded to realize there a prime example for a city implementing many smart solutions. Last year, he was elected president of the Central Union of Greek Municipalities. Last not least, he is a passionate bicycle rider. And to my left, Dimitris Zovaras preferred the alternative to conduct pioneering and innovative research in his fields of expertise, primarily virtual and augmented reality. He is the director of the Information Technologies Institute of the Center for Research and Technology, Hellas, and he delivers a brilliant performance as the project coordinator of 25 projects and the technical scientific manager of 20 projects in the last 5 years. So we have to expect quite a lot, these 4 real experts in policymaking and science. And allow me to give first the floor to Dimitris Papastergiou for his 8-minute presentation.
Okay. So, good morning to all of you. A basic question today could be, how shall we transform our cities? But the real question should be, how shall we transform our minds and our way of living? How can we see as our house, not only the 4 walls around us, but our whole city or our whole planet? As a mayor, I strongly believe that this is a time for us, for our organizations, for our municipalities, to take initiatives based on the 17 Sustainable Development Goals. Nowadays, we count everything. My car can count speed limits, reading the traffic signs. My mobile counts how many steps I make, or even my heartbeat. My wife counts every single moment when I'm late at night. But we don't count a very serial and significant numbers. We don't count the heartbeat of our cities. This heartbeat could be the sum of the score we make to each one of the 17 SDGs. What we do for the poverty and hunger, what we do for clean energy and waters, we have to start counting, because we can't improve something that we cannot measure. So let's start counting. How many kilowatt hours we produce from clean energy per inhabitant? How many kilowatt hours we saved last year per student to our schools using photovoltaic plants to our roofs? How many tons of CO2 emissions we saved by using our bicycles, as you said, Nikos, instead of our cars? How many electric cars we start using to the public sector? But in parallel, how many new clean energy installations we have around us? Because it is totally useless to discuss about electromobility, continuing using lignite and diesel. It is totally useless to be proud of using an electric car to my city, Trikala, when the energy I use is being produced several kilometers away, burning lignite. So another critical KPI for our smart and modern city should be the energy balance between production and consumption. You see, in Greece, we have a very strange opinion about renewables. We all say that we want clean energy, but at the same time, we protest about wind generations, biogas, or now for energy production using waste residue. We don't have any real problem with huge lignite chimneys in Ptolemaida and Kozani, but the wind generator site is something that does not cover our aesthetical standards. Now it's the time to start thinking differently. Now that we saw that nothing is in our life for granted. Now that we understood, or hope so, that values like friendship, family, health, and environment are stronger than many others. During the lockdown, we had all the time to walk in our cities, to see our cities in a totally different way, without many cars and noise, with people walking around, discussing and cycling. We saw our cities without pollution, safer for the children, with plenty of free public space, and with plenty of free time for ourselves. Let's make a common effort not to lose and forget so easily and fast this magical image of our cities. Yeah, the Central Union of Municipalities of Greece took the initiative Exi Exo, that means 6 for, let's say, going outside. As number 6 was the number we had to send through SMS to go outside during the lockdown. The purpose for this initiative was exactly to remind us that period, to remind us the very few useful remains of the most weird period of our lives. The key to make all the above happens is just discussion. We start discussing with our communities to show them that there is another way. People are afraid of changes, but they are very open to accept them if they see and accept the vision and if they really feel part of this vision. And the United Nations SDGs, the 17 ways for better cities, could be a part of the solution. We only have to discuss, collaborate, to dare, and to act smart.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Dimitri Papasteriou, for this excellent notes on, I would say, citizen science, because citizen science is something that we really have to implement everywhere. Citizens have to be active for their own benefits. And you as the governors have to moderate them so that they have the benefits, but at the same time they understand that in order to have these benefits, they do have to understand things, and especially in topics like waste management. And this is the next topic that will be covered by Gerhard Bauer, as I already introduced him as a very experienced local or regional governor. He will now try to make clear what should be the principles for such a, let's say, appropriate waste management in cities all over the world. Mr. Bauer.
Yeah, good morning. I hope you can hear me. Hello? Good morning. I hope you can hear me. You understand what I say? Okay, thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, it's a great pleasure for me to speak to you all, even if only in a virtual format, from the beautiful region of Schwäbisch Hall. I hope for us all the situation will soon improve and personal meetings will become possible again in the near future. In the region of Schwäbisch Hall, we try to achieve sustainability in the field of waste management by preventing waste and by separating waste and recycling it or using it to generate energy. Now I will give you an overview of the waste management sector in our district. The district of Schwäbisch Hall has an area of 1,484 square kilometers. It has 13 municipalities and cities and a population of almost 200,000 people. Waste management is in the responsibility of the districts. The collection, transport, and recovery of waste is the responsibility of private companies that are acting for the district. Waste management also includes waste advice services and the collection of fees. The fees are not collected to make a profit, but only to cover costs. The district of Schwäbisch Hall has the following kinds of waste fees: an annual fee, which is mandatory, and a volume-based fee. It gives people an incentive for waste prevention. German law provides for a 5-step hierarchy of waste. First, waste prevention. The number one priority is waste prevention. For example, people can buy food without packaging or reusable bottles rather than one-way bottles. We hired people to provide waste advice services. They gave free advice to companies and citizens on how to prevent and separate their waste. To this day, there are information campaigns on these things at preschools and schools. It's important to educate the people about this. And now here are some examples. We have a project called Shopping Without Packaging. Many food stores in our district allow to bring your own container for the food you buy. We have a reusable cup for coffee, which people can use through a refund system called ReCup. It is estimated that in our district alone, 6.5 million to-go coffee cups are thrown away every year. The ReCup refund system is both simple and brilliant. When you buy your coffee in a ReCup cup at one of the participating coffee shops or stores, you pay €1 as a deposit. The coffee is always a little cheaper if you buy it in a reusable cup than if you buy it in a disposal cup. It is available almost everywhere. When you are done with your coffee, you can return your cup right where you bought coffee or at other sales points across Germany. This is the one from Schwäbisch Hall, and this is the one from Munich. The cup will then be washed and used again. A single cup can be used 500 times. We set up a resource exchange platform, an online second-hand marketplace where people from the district can give away items they no longer need. All the items are offered free of charge and are in a good condition. We have a waste app with a lot of information on waste questions. Parents who use closed diapers instead of disposable diapers can apply for a one-off grant of €30 per child from the district. In that way, the district rewards action for the environment and active contributions to waste prevention. Second, separation of waste and preparation for reuse. Where waste is unavoidable, it should be reused. Reused, for instance, by repairing broken appliances and using them again. In order to make that possible, households in our district have to sort their waste and put it in separate bins. We have bins for organic waste, residual waste, lightweight packaging, which is put into what is called the yellow bag, and paper. The purpose of separating the waste is to reuse the materials it contains. Third is recycling. If waste can neither be avoided or reused, it has to be recycled. Examples: tissues made from waste paper and new glass containers made from waste glass. We provide bins for organic, residual, and paper waste, and a garden bin for yard waste free of charge to citizens. The organic and residual waste bins and the garden bin are picked up every 2 weeks. Each bin has a chip which registers how many times waste from this bin has been collected. The paper bin is picked up every 4 weeks. The yellow bag is used for lightweight packaging, often made from plastic, but excluding glass and paper. Yellow bags are either picked up directly at the curbside or can be handed in at our recycling centers. The bags are then taken to sort facilities where recyclables such as aluminium are sorted out. We have a number of facilities where people can drop off specific forms of waste. 20 recycling centers, 34 drop-off points for yard trimmings, 2 disposable centers, and 1 drop-off point for hazardous substances. Recycling centers accept a lot of items who can be recycled. These recyclables that are dropped off at one of our recycling centers are then picked up by the disposal companies that work for us. They make them to the appropriate sorting or treatment facilities. In order to make it even easier for people to get rid of hazardous waste, a drop-off truck makes an annual tour of the district for people to hand in these things like acids and lyes. We also have a permanent hazardous waste drop-off point at one of our disposal centers. Bulky waste, such as used furniture, can be picked up at the curbside for a fee, or can be taken to our 2 disposal centers and to 7 of our recycling centers. Throughout the district, we have also nearly 300 drop-off containers for glass, which separate containers for clear, brown, and green glass. By organizing our network of recycling centers and encouraging waste prevention, we have cut the volume of residual waste in our district within 19 years from 50,000 tons per year to 22,000 tons. And we have managed to do that even though our population has grown. The fourth, other uses. Waste that cannot be recycled can be incinerated, and the resulting energy can be used. Waste to energy will continue to play an important role. Putting waste in landfills is very bad for the environment. The harmful substances that leak from landfills lead to disastrous environmental damage. Incineration sanitizes the waste and destroys organic pollutants, such as dioxin. Heavy metals become concentrated, which makes it possible to remove them safely from the environment and from economic cycles. Waste to energy plants are subject to constant monitoring and have to comply with the strict regulations of our Federal Emission Control Act. Our plant meets these requirements safely and without exception. Waste to energy plants use the energy from incineration for power generation, process steam, refrigeration, drinking water purification, seawater desalination, or district heating. And they are available for baseload energy, regardless of weather conditions. Fifth, the last step in the waste pyramid is disposal in landfills. This does not apply to the residential waste. Since 2005, it has been illegal in Germany for residential waste to be taken to landfills. At that time, our district closed its last landfill. But there are specific landfills, for example, for construction waste that cannot be recycled. Well, ladies and gentlemen, that was a very short overview of the current situation of our sustainable waste management. Our district always tries to optimize its waste prevention, recovery, and disposal strategies. A sustainable waste management system like that of our district can be set up in any city or any region. Thank you for your attention and your interest.
Thank you very much, Mr. Bauer. I believe that you made very clear what are the implications of circularity, and you made also very clear that waste management as one of the most important activities which have to be organized in an urban environment has quite a lot to do also with climate change. Therefore, I pass directly the floor to Johannes Orfall, who is the expert actually all of us on climate change. Some of these activities will be conducted in the future. He will be telling us in tandem with the Aristotle University. We are proud of this collaboration with the KIT, and I'm very happy that Johannes Orfall will now have his 8 minutes to tell us something about all this.
Let me see. So first, can you hear me? Yes. So please, if you can switch on my presentation, I prepared a few slides so that it goes into full screen mode. And while this is starting, I want to thank the organizers, in particular Nikos, for this very important meeting. As you will see, I will talk about international collaboration. So greetings here from Karlsruhe in Southwest Germany to everybody. And I'm very happy to talk here as the new head of our Division 4 at KIT, Natural and Built Environment, about our approach to the research concerning sustainable cities. I put a few pictures of KIT here, of the Karlsruhe Institute of Technology. So you see some of our buildings which have been renovated in the last years to be more sustainable, energy neutral, will be a target until 2030 now. We have many students who are extremely active, like for example in Fridays for Future, in Scientists for Future. And you can also see one of our prototype plants here at the right, which is dealing with the liquefaction of bio waste, which will be then used as biofuel, which is an activity that has been pursued already for quite a decade here. So next slide, please. So just a few words about the Karlsruhe Institute of Technology. It is called KIT since 2009, but it was actually founded in 1825 as the first polytechnical school in Germany, following the example of the French École Polytechnique. And it is important because the first task of our founder, Johann Gottfried Tulla, who was an engineer of École Polytechnique, but was called back to Germany by the Duke of Baden, was actually to deal with an environmental problem, which was the huge river Rhine, that at that time here in the southwest of Germany was really difficult to manage. And as you may know, nowadays, the Rhine is a very important transport path here in Germany and is no longer a danger. And this was actually the first application of engineering to an environmental problem here. And we still follow that spirit. Now we are organized in 5 huge divisions at KIT. One of them is my division dealing with environment, but also the built environment, as we call it. 11 faculties, over 350 professors, 43 schools. And as a total now, we have over 25,000 students. About a quarter of them come from abroad. We have over 9,000 staff, again, a fifth from international countries. And we have been awarded twice the prestigious awards of being University of Excellence by the German Excellence Initiative. First in 2006 as one of the first 3 universities in Germany, and now again last year. And very important, we are a founding member of the European University called EPICUR. And this will be the next slide, please. Because we believe that most of the problems which are priorities at KIT, energy, mobility, information, environment, can only be dealt with in partnerships. And for us, European partners are, of course, the closest and the most important ones. And we are very happy that last year we were part of a consortium. Macron proposed the European universities 3 years ago, and it has been implemented by Brussels. And I would also like to mention not only that we are part of this consortium, but that this was also a very successful additional path of collaboration with the Aristotle University of Thessaloniki. And the sustainable city research is part of the portfolio that we wish to develop in EPICUR in this innovative campus partnership. Next slide, please. Now, in my last few minutes, I would like to talk a little bit not only about the results. We have many examples what we do for research for sustainable cities at KIT, but I would like more to give you a management perspective here, because research at universities in Germany is free. It is not directed like in a company, an enterprise, that as a head of a division, you would actually tell people what they have to do. So the most important thing, for example, in our division, Natural Built Environment, We have the faculties of architecture, of civil engineering, geo and environmental sciences, very successful. Many scientists, 25 institutes. And then additionally, we get every year 50 million euro, sometimes more, sometimes less, by the Helmholtz Association, the German Association of Research Centers. Now, how can we use it to move on from the current focus areas, which is a very successful research in atmospheric science, water and water management, geosciences, including storage of nuclear waste, and of course, a lot of also urban research, including social sciences, to an integrated view, how to develop this important topic of sustainable cities as one of our priority areas. And of course, the very first step was to seek for a very close collaboration with the city of Karlsruhe and the region around. Because as scientists, we must listen to the people who express their needs. And of course, 2019 was a very, very important year for this, also because of the citizen movement around Fridays for Future that we answered with Science for Future. Now, last year we were partners, and also now we are leaders in one of these topics in the so-called Helmholtz Climate Initiative. I just give you the word, you can look it up, there's a website dedicated to it. So the Helmholtz Association is really huge. It's about 4 billion euros per year spent on research in Germany. But we were successful to implement a so-called climate initiative in the first phase for 2 years, but it will be continued. And the two topics, which are the only two topics in the climate initiative, are reducing emissions and adapting to the impacts of climate change. And we are co-leaders of this second topic. So you see, at one point, we work in the Helmholtz Climate Initiative on the national scale, and on the other side, we work with the city of Karlsruhe and the people who develop the city. So these two scales have to come together. And now, one can say that sustainable cities is a main research topic. It is still increasing, but the most important thing is to develop it from a strategic point of view. And so at KIT, we have a so-called Dachstrategie, an overarching strategy that has been developed a few years ago, and we will have a second phase, and sustainable development will be a major theme in our next strategy then, and sustainable cities, because it is the most important one in this area, will be a priority. So my last point here is, next push please, is that we have to collaborate with many partners, because sustainable cities is a topic which is not just a local one or a national one. And so we seek for collaboration. We have been very successful, in particular also with the partners from the Aristotle University in Thessaloniki in the project founded last year, which is around sustainable cities. And so there will be a lot of news, but most of all, I would like to thank the organizers again here at the end of my short presentation to organize the summit here, because this is exactly what we need, the exchange on the international scale about collaboration in this field. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Johannes Offal, for this very short presentation of what KIT is doing in collaboration with many others, including the Aristotle University. There are quite a lot of things that we expect in the next future, and I am very pleased that we now can become more specific, because now we will have, among other things that need to be done in sustainable cities, the institute that Dimitris Zovaras is leading, as I said, in a pioneering mode, I would say, is involved in the majority of the topics that are quite important and what have to do with the digital transformation, with everything that has to do with smart grids. I don't want to say anything more myself, being not an expert, but he's an expert, and I'm very pleased that you will give now his presentation on the technological things that have to be considered in order that we really go towards smart cities. Dimitri, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Professor Mouskiopoulos, for the introduction and also for the invitation on this very, very interesting event. Until we see the slides. I can say a few words following the presentation of the mayor of Trigala, Mr. Papasterigiou. I think the COVID-19 crisis gave an opportunity in countries like Greece to jump in digital transformation, not to go towards, but to jump and actually jump many steps towards the digital transformation. And this is, for me, it's a big opportunity. So next slide, please. I will say also a few words. It's difficult to speak after KIT, but I'm representing the only research center of Greece in Thessaloniki in the North Greece area, the Center for Research and Technology, Hellas. And especially I'm the director of the Information Technology Institute. As you can see, we are targeting many research areas that are definitely contributing to the sustainability issues. We are around 900 people working there, but we have a significant amount of financing, mainly from competitive European projects. And we are, in the last years, we are always listed among the top 20 institutions, and now we are number 14. Next slide, please. So now moving to the actual topic of my talk today, and as Professor Mouchopoulos has already mentioned, we are working the last 10 years in energy and smart grid issues on smart buildings and the use of Internet of Things. So my talk will be mainly technical, but also showing where this can be actually applied in cooperation with the Institute of Transport of CERT on the intelligent transport issues, but also an issue that is very, very important on smart health and how can this be actually run from a municipality as Trikala or similar municipalities. As you can see, all the buzzwords of information and communication technologies have to be combined in order to provide solutions ranging from artificial intelligence to big data analytics to Internet of Things and the blockchain in order to provide various solutions, especially for the energy sector. Next slide, please. So starting from the energy sector and moving to the new direction, which is demand response and demand side management. Now we have the opportunity to have aggregators acting on behalf of us and utilizing technologies like forecasting and clustering and provide the flexibility, which will lead to much better contracts on the energy domain. And in this respect, smart contracts through blockchain give trust to the whole system, and these are technologies for that should be definitely be exploited in the future. Putting storage in the equation is very, very important to create optimized energetic energy distribution approaches. And we should not forget the recommendation engines, the issue of customer awareness, customer engagement, and various ICT approaches like collaboration and gamification through innovative user interfaces can be used in this respect. Next slide, please. So the smart grid concept is a concept that is currently being utilized, especially for sustainability of cities. Microgrids are very important. Monitoring information, then using production of energy, generation of energy, maybe you can, okay, and using storage and putting storage into the discussion. Looking at approaches like vehicle to grid, so using the battery from the electrical vehicles, load shifting, and all this presentation and decision support, these are very, very important issues to be considered in the near future. Next slide, please. So in this respect, IoT information is very important, Internet of Things information for having, collecting data, but also integrating and providing interoperable solutions. This is very, very important. And each municipality, each city has different solutions, and this should be integrated in an interoperable manner. But also the goal is finally to provide the optimal service to the user, and in this case, profiles, individual and group profiles of users are very, very important. Next slide, please. I'm just tackling some of the issues where we are offering solutions. Occupancy-driven energy management is very important in combination with non-intrusive load monitoring, but also energy disaggregation. So we are able to be able to analyze the information, the energy consumption and production, and from this information to get very, very useful data in order to optimize the services to the users. Next slide, please. So decision support systems can then optimize the energy performance of buildings and calculate this very important factor for the future, the flexibility, which will allow us to optimize assets and also create adaptive profile for users in order to have much better contracts and finally end up with significant, very significant energy savings at the end. Now moving, next slide please, to the intelligent transport. Carpooling electric vehicles is the future. Information collected by the users for rerouting of vehicles in real time and having better traffic prediction is another issue where many research groups are working. And don't forget, as the responsible from the prefecture of Central Macedonia mentioned, we will have many new infrastructure work in the area of Central Macedonia. We should not forget that this is the time to create smart infrastructures. So infrastructures that can give information, collect information, and provide this information to the applications. Next slide, please. Mobility as a service is a very important issue. From ownership, this is a whole paradigm that has to be shifted, especially in countries like Greece, where ownership is very important. From ownership to the use of vehicles, and this can happen through mobility service aggregator business models. And finally, very, very important is that now we are able to provide resilience to inhabitants of municipalities, but also personalized resilience strategies like personalized evacuation and also using the profiles of users or groups of users. Next slide, please. And I think, yes, very, very important is the introduction of electric vehicles and the combination of smart electric vehicle parking solutions, taking into account also the charging. So this is something that definitely needs, solutions have to be provided in the near future. And next slide. And then I mentioned at the beginning, we should not forget health. We should not forget people living alone at home and that need assistance. All municipalities in Greece are running special programs for this, and monitoring these people is now viable, and we should take this into account to provide much better solution for these inhabitants. And now, next slide, please. As at CERT, we are participating, as already Nikos has mentioned, in many projects, especially in the energy domain and the transport domain. But we are running also we are the technical manager of 3 major lighthouse projects, the IRIS, which started in 2017, Positive, and Response. And I will give you just very little information on each of them. Next slide. So IRIS is has 3 main lighthouse cities, Nice, Utrecht, and Göteborg. Utrecht is the coordinator, and it's running for 3 years. There are many follower cities, and as you will see, they are focusing on smart renewables, energy management, e-mobility, innovation platform for the cities and citizen engagement. In the next slide, you will see some solutions already demonstrated in Utrecht, solar-powered vehicle to grid, refurbishment in Gothenburg, and the mobility as a service in Nice, but also the smart charging that I mentioned before for electric buses in Utrecht. And next slide is the positive, which is a project targeting positive energy districts, positive energy blocks. This is very, very important, especially in cultural heritage sites. And this project is running now for half a year. And last slide for me, and sorry for the many slides, but I just wanted to show you what we are doing. It's the response. It's a project that's currently starting with two main lighthouse cities, Dijon and Turku, and many other cities. What the focus here is on the, as we call the energy trilemma, so taking advantage of energy security, environmental sustainability, and also energy management. So that's all from me. I think I gave you a lot of information, but it's a typical presentation from a technical person. I'm sure that information and communication technologies will give solutions, will provide solutions. It is the time for the politicians to do this step forward, and the COVID-19 crisis, maybe it is an opportunity. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dimitri. On purpose, I thought you should be the last because you showed so many real life applications that now should be the practice in most cities that you could help triggering a discussion, because we do have another 15 minutes because we would like to stop 5 minutes to 12 in order that we change here the panel. So please, who would like to pose the first question to any of the 4 distinguished panel members? Are there any things that you would like to clarify, or do we have any remarks from the people present here? For those listening through the internet, we have a hybrid way of dealing with this conference today. We have a maximum number of 50 permitted to be here physically. So I will give them the floor first, and please, those participating through the internet, they can send their questions to the chat, and I will get the questions to pass them to the panel members. I have a first question, actually, more to the two Dimitris, who are to my right and to the left, because we heard just on the problems which have to do with the electrification. And let's ask the president of KEDE first. What is your opinion? How fast will Greek cities, as an example, because of course this is holds for the whole world, be prepared to really follow the very rapid electrification of the transportation system?
Exactly at the beginning of this new era of electromobility, the Ministry of Environment is ready to finance all the new projects around Greece so that the municipalities can find the right way, the right place, and the right procedure to put all these chargers. This will last till the next March of 2021. And then we have to find the most suitable way to put these chargers. I think that there is plenty of place for PPPs around the cities, so that till the end of 2021, we'll have the first gates of chargers or more than that. It is the fastest and more clear way to go further.
And what is the opinion of the, let's say, scientific expert? You believe that what Dimitris Papasteriou said could be feasible for implementation?
I really believe that the first steps have already been done, and this public-private partnerships concept is very, very important.
I have heard already that many private companies are ready to invest. What I would like to mention here is from the position of the public part, since we are also a public organization, I think it is very important for the municipalities to try replication strategies. So we are not the first to apply this. So there are many best practices and paradigms from European cities with very similar profile to our cities, and it would be very nice when the proposals are coming from PPPs to evaluate them based on replication strategies from other cities in Europe.
Thank you very much. We have now a question from the audience. Ambassador Mike Christophe.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It's a question perhaps to all participants, to whom I would very much like to thank. It was a real eye-opener. It's obvious that research and science have covered much longer ground and are ready with projects to be implemented that have great difficulties perhaps to be accepted by the bigger public. We heard about the difficulties, how difficult it is to introduce new technology in the everyday life of the common citizen. So isn't it necessary to find ways to convince the common citizen that all this innovation can, first of all, bring along the sustainability, but also make his life better and our globe a much better place to live in? Do we have people engaged in this respect? Thank you.
Who would like to reply first? This Johannes Orfel from Germany, please.
Yes, I gave only a very short overview here what we do at KIT, but for us scientists, one major problem is and was always that in this area we have a lot of scientific developments which prepare the basis for future solutions. But first, people have to choose. And this is, of course, a political issue and also a social demographic issue. And I think that we have not focused sufficiently scientifically in the past on also this aspect. It's actually very difficult to predict the behavior of the citizens in this area. And so our current approach is actually still that we prepare a lot of different approaches and solutions, just that we have them and then they have to choose. But also I would like to mention that even in the politics, there are very different opinions about it. Maybe somebody like Herr Bauer can answer to that. Because, I mean, of course, initially all these activities were also for us scientists working in the environmental area were linked to like the Green Party. I mean, we are not in the political activity, we are scientists. But as soon as we start to propose solutions that deal with smart cities, it can be connected to green or left parties more than economy-oriented based parties. Then there are also citizens who are worried about data security connected to smart. It's a very, very complex issue. And I think we neglected too long these aspects in particular. And it is actually one of our ideas that we should also focus more on these social demographic aspects of sustainable development in the future. That was a long answer, but it's complex. Yes, and I thank you for the question.
So may I say something?
Now speak, give us 2 seconds and speak.
Can I say something? Okay, it's a very complex question. First, I think the people has to accept, and we try to do this with information campaigns. First in the preschools and the schools. The children is the future, are the future, and this is very important to educate the children about this and to educate the people. And so we give, we have free advice to companies and citizens how to prevent and separate the waste, and also how to manage things sustainable. So I think this is very important, but it needs a long time to make this.
Thank you. Thank you. Now, I give the floor to Dimitri Jovaras and then to Dimitris Mosteviou.
Incentivization is very important, so there should be incentives for the people to accept new technologies. As already mentioned, very important is security and trust of personal information. I think also personalization is very important, but also the fact that there should be a significant gain for the municipality, for the public organization, should somehow reflect also with specific incentives and through various approaches, gamification, through approaches that are easy for the inhabitants to accept. If they become part of this gain, then they will feel much more participating in this whole approach, in this whole new era, I would say.
Let's come to Dimitris Papastergiou, who actually, as a first speaker, introduced these aspects, and he's really an expert also to address the issue.
I am an electrical engineer, just like Dimitris. I have the opinion that technology is selfish. Technology wants to be shown, to be promoted, and sometimes people are afraid of that. So exactly, we have to bring technology, to adapt technology to the people's need, and to show them, even the elder ones, that it's something very simple and can make our lives better. So they just want to see that technology can really bring solutions. That's the point, and if we make it step by step, then we can make it happen.
Very correct. Also, from my point of view, we do have 2 or 3 minutes for one last question.
Sorry, I did see
you, Johannes.
Yeah.
Please.
No, I just wanted to add one aspect, because something that we have developed here, and it seems to work quite well, is the approach to do these future science projects together with the citizens in what we call living labs or real world labs. So this is an approach that is becoming more and more successful. It has also been applied by researchers at MIT dealing with future cities. And so you can actually implement the collaboration between the citizens and the policymakers and the scientists in a concept that we call real world labs, Real Labore, for example. And I think we should also strive to develop this more coordinated, for example, at the European level. I think that it would be very important, because this is it was a good question, and it is a very complex issue, dealing with security, dealing with acceptance, dealing also with economical models. And in these real labs, it is actually foreseen to have a platform to deal with these complex issues. I want to just to finish on that, because that is something that we are developing now, and it seems to be really successful, but we should do it also in this international coordinated way. Thank you.
Anybody wishing to say something very brief before I summarize for 1 minute? It does not appear the case. There have been a few questions which were posed by through the internet. I will pass them to you so that we can answer them afterwards. Allow me to conclude, ladies and gentlemen. We had, I think, a very interesting first part of our summit with quite convincing statements made by the 4 experts, 2 from policymaking, 2 from science. I can imagine that we are in the beginning of a process where as the discussion was very clear, we need the support by the citizens. Therefore, universities are obliged to take this as a responsibility to make clear to the citizens that they have to learn, for instance, the waste aspects that were very nicely presented by Mr. Bauer. The citizen has to understand why he has to make things more complex than simply throwing something to a bin. Otherwise, we will not have them as our allies towards a sustainable city. Johannes Ofal said that the pioneer of KIT was Tula, and this links to the next hour, where we will have to discuss the inland waters. Allow me to say it briefly like that. In order to have time to switch here, I would like, first of all, to thank the 4 panel participants, all of you, either in this lecture hall or in the world, who were, let's say, members of this first discussion. And I would like to tell you that some of the presentation, or the presentation, both presentation actually, I hope, and some other material which we have will be distributed through our webpage so that you can follow all these things in much more detail later on. Thank you very much.
Hello, Matthias. Thanks for joining.
Hello. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you perfectly.
Fine.
Hello, Daniel. Can you hear us?
Hello, Thessaloniki. Hello, Greece. Good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes. Yes, perfectly.
Perfect.
Okay. We'll start in a moment. Well, hello, everyone. Thanks for joining. This is the second panel of today's summit. The title of this discussion panel is Following the Pollution Stream from the Rivers to the Sea. This is again a mixed panel. We have two people present here in the meeting room and two colleagues through Zoom. I need to mention that the whole event is transmitted through the internet through a special YouTube channel, and we already have a lot of participants. Last time I checked, it was more than 100 participants following the event on YouTube. From all over the world, from Asia to the Americas, Africa, Europe, everywhere. So it's a good opportunity to be able to transmit this event through the internet. It was misfortune, of course, that we couldn't be all present here in Thessaloniki. It's much different when these meetings take place with physical presence. But the fact that we have so much audience from all over the world, I think it's something that we need to acknowledge. So the concept of this panel is water pollution. We know that water availability and water scarcity are amongst the most significant problems of our times. They will most certainly be more severe in the future due to population growth, due to the gathering of people in cities, in mega cities, and of course due to climate change. One aspect that reduces water availability is the pollution. So when water is polluted, the available water for uses, especially domestic use, is minimized. So we need to deal with this problem in order to be able to provide sufficient and water of good quality to our users. Now, in order to analyze this problem to its full extent, at least what we are trying to do, we will attempt in this panel to follow a course, an approach from source to sea. So we will discuss about water pollution in rivers coming from the watersheds and how this pollution ends up to the sea, and it adds on to the pollution that is already in the sea, or it comes from activities in the sea. And we will focus in two major European rivers, the Rhine and the Danube River, and two major seas, the Mediterranean Sea and the Black Sea. We have three scientists with us today, and I would like to thank them for their participation, with the acceptance to participate in this panel. And through their work, they contributed significantly to the analysis and the research in this topic. I would like to introduce our panelists for today. We have with us Mark Daniel Heinz, the head of the International Commission for the Protection of the Rhine Secretariat. Daniel grew up in Cologne. From 2011 to 2014, he worked as a scientific assistant for the Department of Flood Risk Management of the Bavarian Environment Agency. He has spent the past 5 years at the Municipal Drainage and Wastewater Company of Cologne, first as project manager for the planned flood retention area in Weringen, and as a deputy managing director of the Flood Competence Center, and later as head of the section of for watercourse development. Welcome, Daniel. We also have with us Matthias Zessner, professor at the Institute for Water Quality and Resources Management at the Technical University of Wien. He's an expert in water quality and river-based management, assessment of the relationship between anthropogenic activities and in-stream water quality, monitoring, modeling, and managing of trace substances in river basins, nutrient management on regional and catchment scale, phosphorus recycling, etc. And he's also project leader of the Danube Hazard DSPF project. Welcome, Matthias. And here next to me, I have a colleague of mine, Professor Yannis Christianidis, who is professor of coastal engineering and oceanography at the School of Civil Engineering of the Aristotle University of Thessaloniki. He has worked on monitoring and modeling on the coastal environment, on operational oceanography, design of coastal structures and sewage outfalls, satellite oceanography, and coastal zone management for more than 35 years. He has published more than 140 papers in peer-reviewed scientific journals and international and national scientific conferences. His research interests include modeling coastal processes, physical oceanography, coastal hydrodynamics, marine environment monitoring, outfall design and impact evaluation, sediment transport, integrated coastal zone management. He has participated in several international and national research projects, among which in 30 as a scientific responsible on sewage works and underwater pipes, protection and management of coastal zones, implementation of the Water Directive, the coastal floods, aquaculture, climate change, and marine forecast. So, as you can understand, we have a very interesting panel covering all the topic of interest, the topic of water pollution, and focusing on these water systems, the Rhine, the Danube, the Black Sea, and the Mediterranean. So what I would like to ask our panelists today is, based on their experience and expertise, to discuss about the sources of pollution of the water bodies and what is being done to reduce the level of pollution in compliance to the European directives. And also, it would be very interesting to know what current research activities are performed and are in operation right now regarding this subject. And I would like to start with Daniel. Daniel, the floor is yours.
Thanks very much for the introduction. I hope you can hear me well because I've had some internet problems in the morning, but it seems to work. Do you want me to share my screen showing the slides, or will you be showing them?
If you can share your screen, it will be better, if it's possible.
Okay, I'll just try it with screen share. Yeah. Can you see the slides right now? Perfect. Okay, so yeah, thanks very much for organizing this hybrid meeting. I know actually it's a lot of organizational work. I'm replacing my colleague Adrian today, who's not available due to other obligations, but I'm very happy to be here and tell you a little bit about our work regarding the River Rhine. The Rhine is a river you might have heard of. It's 1,200 kilometers long, situated between Western and Central Europe, and its basin is 200,000 square kilometers big. So it's a medium-sized river basin, not as big as the Danube, for example, or Volga, but it's very densely populated. There are 60 million inhabitants living in the river basin. And we have 9 countries sharing at least one part of the river basin. You can see the big 4 ones here. Switzerland at the very bottom in red, France in light blue, Germany in dark blue, the Netherlands in orange, and also Austria with yellow has a smaller share. We have Luxembourg in green. We have Italy, Liechtenstein, and the Belgian region of Wallonia. So 9 countries sharing part here. And as you might imagine, pollution propagates from the source to the sea. But we also have developments in the other direction, like migratory fish, such as the Atlantic salmon. They move the way around. They go from the ocean towards the mountain rivers in order to spawn. Everything okay so far? Can you hear me? Okay, so I go on. As mentioned before, the river basin is quite densely populated, so there are a lot of different interests putting pressure on the river basin and the river system. First of all, of course, we do have a lot of settlements, old cities such as Basel, Strasbourg, Cologne, or Rotterdam, which you can see on the bottom right, they benefit from the settlement close to the water, but also want to be protected from flooding. Secondly, we also have industries. You might have heard of the Blue Banana. It's actually a belt of industrial areas reaching from the UK, from London actually to northern Italy, connecting the most important industrial areas in Europe. And the Rhine is exactly within this Blue Banana region. We have 6 industrial agglomerations inside the Rhine River Basin, such as the Basel area, but also the Rhein-Ruhr industrial area. A lot of heavy industry, but also chemical industry, and they need the river for cooling water. They also produce wastewater. The third function is navigation. The River Rhine has more than 800 kilometers of navigable areas. So yeah, it's really one of the most important inland waterways. 300 million tons of goods are transported every year on the River Rhine. And there are more than 150 years of cooperation in the Commission for the Navigation on the Rhine, which is our sister commission. They are responsible for shipping and navigation. Then finally also energy, especially between Basel and Strasbourg on the French left riverbank. The Rhine is canalized. There are hydropower plants. They produce electricity, but also pose an obstacle for migratory fish. Then we do have agriculture in the area. They spill fertilizer and pesticides, which we will be talking about later. Finally, the Rhine is also an important source of drinking water, with more than 20 million inhabitants depending on drinking water from the Rhine, some of which indirectly because they get drinking water from groundwater or riverbank filtrate. But in the Netherlands and in Lake Constance, they also get drinking water from surface water from the Rhine system. So this is also an important function. And then we have leisure, as you can see in the left column, the 2 pictures. The Rhine, there's some very important touristic region in the Rhine River Basin. Actually, it's also important for recreation for the local population. And last but not least, nature protection. We have important ecological habitats along the River Rhine. And all these different interests have to be taken into account when you talk about such a river basin. And this is where also the ICPR, the International Commission for the Protection of the Rhine, comes into account. We've been founded in 1950, so actually we're celebrating our 70th birthday this year under very special circumstances. So we are one of the oldest river commissions in Europe. 8 countries cooperating. Italy actually doesn't take part actively because they have such a small share in the river basin. But those other 8 countries and the European Union, who is also a member, take actively part. We have more than 30 or about 30 observers, most of which are NGOs, but also other river and marine commissions. Our legal framework we are working with is the Rhine Convention, which has been updated in 1999. And in practice, we are working with working groups. So working groups taking place in Koblenz in Germany, with experts coming. They have a political mandate from their countries. So the countries send delegations to the meetings, and the decisions in the ICPR are normally taken according to the consensus principle. So yeah, it needs a lot of trust also because we don't have any sanctions. Of course, the European Union, according to their legislation, can have sanctions, but inside the ICPR, if we, for example, say our objective is to build fish passes and this and that area until the year 2025, this is a political promise. In the ICPR, we don't have sanctions. Of course, we meet regularly and there is a reporting and everybody looks at what is happening, but if measures are taken in the ICPR, they are political promises. I should also mention that we don't implement own measures at the ICPR. The measures are implemented by the member countries. But we do have a secretariat in Koblenz with an annual budget of 1.2 million euros. And we have 3 working languages, so all the meetings are interpreted simultaneously from German, French, and Dutch into each other. So those are the languages we are normally working with. And I would just like to highlight our topics we're dealing with. It's ecology, it's flood management, climate change adaptation, including low water management, and last but not least, which will be our focus today, is water quality. It's also the oldest topic discussed in the ICPR. Let me just briefly sum up some landmarks in the history of the ICPR. The first 3 decades were really important for establishing a successful cooperation. A monitoring network had to be established first from Switzerland to the river mouth in the Netherlands. But not only this, also building trust after World War II was an important task. And then in 1986, there was an important turning point. The Sandow accident in Basel in Switzerland was a catastrophic fire where tons of pesticides spilled into the river system and tons of dead fish were found. There was no life on several hundreds of kilometers on the river, and this was really, in spite of the first success of the ICPR, a wake-up call and a turning point, leading to the adoption of the Rhine Action Program 1 year later in 1987, which was the first holistic program decided in the ICPR, and it was really a push factor for the river and also for our commission, for the countries working together with ambitious objectives, such as a reduction of the toxics in 10 years by up to 70%. The establishing of a warning system, of an international warning system, which didn't exist up to then, and also the salmon becoming a symbol for healthy rivers, and the program Salmon 2000 established that year. And then in the 1990s, there were 2 other important major events, major turning points. There were catastrophic flood events in eastern France, Western Germany, and the Netherlands, with 1.5 million euros of damage in the River Rhine catchment, also leading to the adoption of another program, the Action Plan on Floods, which was decided 3 years later. And this also fits perfectly together with the adoption of the European directives, which you all know, the Water Framework Directive and the Floods Directive, coming into action. And this actually led to the fact that transboundary cooperation, which up to then was voluntary, became compulsory for the countries, and the task of developing an international flood risk management plan and also international river basin management plan was given to the ICPR by the countries. So this fits well together, and it's actually only continuing our story. Let me just briefly give some examples of the success or the positive developments in the last decades. First of all, as you can see on the left picture, an international warning system, an international measuring system was established. This is also, actually a success by itself, because we do have 3 international measuring stations. We have Basel and Weil am Rhein, it's a Swiss-German station. We have Karlsruhe-Lauterbourg, it's a French-German station, and Bimmen-Lobet at the Dutch-German border. And it's also a positive example of international cooperation, not each country having their own measuring stations, but also, using synergy effects and actively working together. As you can see in the right graphs, the input of several toxic substances from point sources have been reduced significantly since the 1970s and 80s. This is especially because the member countries invested a lot of money in improving wastewater treatment plants. They invested more than 80 billion euros since the 1970s, and now 96% of the population is connected to wastewater treatment plants, which are actually on a high standard. Also, our web-based international warning and alert plan, RHINE, came into action. 7 warning centers in 4 countries are now efficiently communicating with each other so that they can very quickly and efficiently react in case of accidents or smaller incidents, or also communicate about observations when they find anything in the water. It's much easier now to find the source of pollution. The results of our work regarding the improvement of the water quality are also reflected in the ecology. The oxygen content has recovered since the 1960s, and also the biodiversity has increased. The colorful graph is showing invertebrates, which have significantly increased since the 1970s, but the picture for fish would actually be the same. A lot of species have returned. Actually, all except the sturgeon have returned. The Atlantic salmon has returned, and we do have 64 species of fish again in this river system. But still there are challenges remaining. This is also why in February of this year in Amsterdam, the new program RHINE 2040 has been adopted, focusing on 5 fields of action. I would like to focus only on water quality, because that's our topic today. And we have an overall objective defined here. The quality of water, suspended matter, sediment, and biota in the Rhine and its tributaries, so the whole river system, as well as in the groundwater, is good. And the Rhine continues to be a reusable resource for drinking water production with the simplest possible, most natural treatment processes. So that's the overall objectives. And then we do have several detailed goals for 2040 and also measures. I would like to focus on 2 of them. As I mentioned before, the reduction of pollution from point sources has been a success story, but the pollution from diffuse sources in the whole catchment, not point, but really in the surface, is remaining a challenge, especially micropollutants. Very small pollution from wastewater, from pharmaceutical use, agricultural pesticides, and industry. They remain a big problem because they pose a threat to drink water, and they're very difficult to be treated in wastewater treatment plants. And this is why one of our most important objectives is to reduce micropollutants by 2040 by at least 30%. Actually, last year, a working group of the ICPR has published our recommendations for the reduction of micropollutants with a lot of possible measures listed. And this year, a working group has started to develop an evaluation system until next year in order to be able to follow up this reduction value by 30%, because we need a measuring instrument, a measuring and evaluation tool in order to define this 30%. And finally, we will also be starting a pilot project on non-target analytics next year. Non-target analytics means that you don't look for substances which you have already listed with criteria, but rather a more open way of detecting substances without having a list, because there are hybrids. It's a very open field, and those non-listed pollutants are also a big challenge, which we'll be tackling from next year on. And then last but not least, an important aim, which also connects with our topic, with the links between river systems and oceans, is to significantly reduce the influx of waste, especially plastic, especially microplastic, a topic which we don't know so much about yet, but it's also on the political agenda in our member countries and which we will be tackling. So that was my brief summary. We won 2 river prizes, actually, the European River Prize, and in 2014 we were awarded the International River Prize. So yeah, we are hoping to be able to continue this successful work from the past, really to handle and tackle these future challenges. And yeah, we're never running out of work. So thanks very much for your interest, and I'm looking forward to our discussion.
Thank you, Daniel, for this very enlightening presentation, and congratulations for the excellent work being done in ICDR. I would like to ask Matthias to present us his point of view on the topic that we are discussing. Matthias?
Thank you very much. I will share my screen. Here it is. I changed the topic a little bit from my presentation. I called it Following the Pollution Stream from the Danube River to the Black Sea. My name is Matthias Zessner. I am from the TU in Wien. I just have to find out how to turn the pages. Here it is. I will start my presentation with some words about water pollution. We have several challenges in water pollution. We have a very old challenge, which is still challenging, that are the bad bugs in water, or water sanitation and health. Here an example for the cholera epidemic in Hamburg in 1892. We have other old challenges which we are dealing with already for many decades. This is the organic carbon with oxygen depletion in water bodies. We have nitrogen and phosphorus in the water, deteriorating water quality, ammonia toxicity and eutrophication. And these are acute effects that we have on water quality by this pollution. And for a long time, the wastewater treatment plants have been in focus in respect to pollution control. But still, if we go to the nutrients, it is still a very significant challenge, especially the diffuse nutrient pollution. So nowadays, especially in countries where we have implemented nitrogen phosphorus removal on wastewater treatment plants, we still have significant pollution of these nutrients, especially from agricultural areas, erosion for phosphorus and groundwater imports in case of nitrogen. But we also have several new challenges to face if we're talking pollution and the interaction between and the stream from the basin to the sea. We have the so-called contaminants of emerging concern. They have been recently discovered in nature and water bodies. They potentially cause detrimental effects in aquatic life at environmentally relevant concentrations. Regulatory requirements do exist only for some of these contaminants of emerging concern. For instance, the priority substances according to the EU Water Framework Directive. There are many of them, so they hardly can be covered by routine monitoring programs. And it's clear that these contaminants of emerging concern are not necessarily new, but only now the occurrence and significance are being evaluated. This is what is really new. If we look at the groups that are included, we have organic trace compounds, we have antibiotic resistance, we have microplastics, and we have, for instance, the engineered nanoparticles in this group. I will say some more words about the organic trace compounds, or also called micropollutants. They are in ranges of less than micrograms per liter in water. They come from several sources: industrial chemicals, consumer-related chemicals, industrial products that contain these types of compounds. And in many cases, they are targeted to be bioactivity. Bioactivity is targeted, so they are produced to be bioactive. There is a constant introduction into the environment. Many of them have high persistence, which means that even if they are discharged at the source of a river, they remain in the water to the sea. They have synergetic effects that are hardly understood. They can have chronic effects, which is a strong difference as compared to the old water quality problems where we had acute effects. Now we are mainly dealing with chronic effects, long-term effects, and even at very low dosages. These compounds have complex molecules and often with multiple ionic sites. That means that the behavior is difficult to understand. Some of them tend to partition to aqueous phases or solid phases or both. And what is a very big challenge, there is a strong increasing diversity of these chemicals. We are at CIS registry of about 330 million compounds. There are very many substances on the global market, and the high number is water relevant. And if we're looking this development and compare it to the time when the Urban Wastewater Directive or the Water Framework Directive was put in place, it is clear that at this time we did not consider this type of pollution adequately. Another big challenge is that it's not just many products that are produced, but some of them also transform to other products, so-called metabolites within the water system. So a short overview about problems with pollutants. Now I'm going to the Danube River and the Black Sea. We know, most of you might know, the main data for the Danube basin. 19 countries are included, 80 to 85 million people live there. We have an area of 800,000 square kilometers. And the ICPDR, as the institution being responsible for protection of the Danube River, they identified 4 significant pressures that are addressed specifically: organic pollution, which is more a regional problem, but in addition, nutrient pollution and hazardous substances pollution, where there's this strong relation between what happens in the river basin and in the receiving sea. And additionally, hydromorphological alterations, also a very hot topic in the Danube basin. But as we are talking about pollution, actually, I will focus a little bit more on nutrient pollution and on hazardous substances pollution. This is historic evaluation of the nitrogen and phosphorus emissions in the Danube River basin. We had a significant decrease of these emissions from the 50s to the 80s. We had then a decrease, and since then they are relatively stable. What is a tremendous effort in the Danube basin actually is the development of wastewater treatment plants. This is the status in 2005. So when the graph I showed before ended, basically blue dots are wastewater treatment plants, cities with wastewater treatment plants with wastewater treatment, including nitrogen and phosphorus removal. Green dots are cities with wastewater treatment plants, including only carbon removal and no nitrogen phosphorus removal. And the red and brown dots are cities without any wastewater treatment. So this was the picture in 2005. There has been a lot of activities till 2012. So a lot of green points changed to blue ones, a lot of red points changed to green ones, and the plans of the ICPDR and the countries in the Danube Basin for 2021 looks like this, that there is a broad coverage of wastewater treatment with nitrogen and phosphorus removal in the countries belonging to the European Union within the Danube Basin. Obviously, on a long time run, the plan is also that the other countries get similar ways of wastewater treatment. Actually, the ICPDR is at the moment evaluating the success of the program that they had in their last Danube Basin River Basin Management Plan. This is not the only important task in the Danube River Basin in respect to nutrients, nitrogen, phosphorus. The other is the reduction of the sources of the emissions from agricultural sources. There are also strong activities because it's clear that only improving wastewater treatment plant will not be sufficient to reach the targets of the pollution that they defined in this visionary scenario for the future, with a significant reduction of nitrogen and phosphorus emissions in the basis, as it can be seen here. The other big question is the hazardous substances pollutions, and it becomes clear from the last river basin management plans of the nations in the Danube Basin, but also of the overall basin management plan, that this aspect was underrepresented because there is still little knowledge. Therefore, I was announced to be the project leader of a project in the DSPF program. In the meantime, we have a follow-up project which started in the Danube Transnational Program on 1st of July of this year. It is called Tackling Hazardous Substance Pollution in the Danube River Basin by Measuring Modeling-Based Management and Capacity Building, or short Danube Hazard M3C. What does it mean? We will focus on monitoring data. That means we collect existing data, we do own measurings. This will be an input into modeling activities of emissions of hazardous substances in pilot regions to increase the understanding, but also on a basin-wide scale. This should be then the basis for management consideration. On the one hand, risk characterization in not achieving the goals, but also in respect to recommendations, what could be management for the next years in the Danube River Basin. And this shall be supported, or this should be focused then on capacity building, on national, transboundary and international aspects of the hazardous substances pollution. So this project is only at the beginning. And whoever is interested, we have an online kickoff conference on the 23rd of September from 9 to 12. There's a free participation. So the participation is free of charge and no registration is required. The web conference will be hosted by TU Wien and will be performed via the software GoToMeeting. Whoever is interested, please contact us with the email address danubehazard@tuwien.ac.at. So we will send you the detailed program and the link for the access to these meetings. So I thank you for your attention, and here are together with the partners of the Danube Hazard M3C, we are happy to see you at this conference, and we are really willing to significantly improve the basis for future management of hazardous substances in the Danube Basin, which also will have a significant impact on the Black Sea. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Matthias, for this very, very interesting journey along the Danube River and to the Black Sea. And best of luck in your new project that you're starting right now. I hope you have good results. We need to move to our third panelist today. Is Professor Christianidis, Yanis Christianidis, and he will present us the situation in the Mediterranean. Yanis?
Thank you very much, Professor Theodosiou. Let me start my presentation. Okay. Dear colleagues, it is well known that the ocean is essential both directly and indirectly for nearly all the life in the planet. Human well-being and civilization rely to the oceans, and billions of people depend on the ocean for their livelihood. But at the same time, humanity has left an unsustainable footprint on the ocean, with many uses and activities producing multiple pressure on the ecosystem. According to the recent research, 66% of the ocean area is experiencing increasing cumulative impact. As documented from the European Environmental Agency in the last report, the overall environmental trends in Europe has not improved since the last report of 2015. Let's see what is going on in the Mediterranean Sea. The Mediterranean Sea is an enclosed sea basin, and recent studies have shown that it is particularly sensitive to the phenomena associated with the climate changes as compared to the ocean. The Mediterranean seems to respond to climate changes at a faster rate than the ocean. The direct anthropogenic pressures on the Mediterranean are associated with the intense urbanization of coastal areas, the development of tourism, the industry, the shipping and the fishing. To understand the long-term changes to the ocean, we use the ocean indicators, which are key variables for tracking different parameters of the ocean. Here I'm using the marine ocean monitoring indicators proposed by the Copernicus system. The Copernicus monitoring system indicators are split to three groups: the blue ocean indicators, the green ocean indicators, and the white ocean indicators. The blue ones describe the physical state of the ocean, such as surface temperature, sea level, currents, etc., while the green ocean indicators are concerned with biochemical processes, the transfer of simple chemical substances between ocean life and the ocean environment. And finally, the white ocean indicators refer to the life cycle of the ice in the polar region, therefore is not used for the Mediterranean Sea. Concerning the blue ocean indicators, I am presenting here some of them. And first of all, the sea surface temperature. As you know, and it's well documented that the sea surface temperature in the Mediterranean Sea is increased in the last years as a result of a rapid response to basing to the climate change. Specifically, from 1993 to 2017, the increase in temperature through the Mediterranean basin has a rate of 0.38 Celsius degree per year, while during the same period in the global ocean, this increase is almost less than half. This yearly increase in the Mediterranean basin, meaning that during the last 20 years, the temperature in the water of the Mediterranean is increased almost 1 degree Celsius. Concerning another indicator, that is the heat content of the upper 70 meters of the ocean, which are the most productive depth of the water ocean, there was a continuous increase during the same period at a rate of 0.8 watt per meter square, and this rate is higher than after the 2005. And the third blue ocean indicator that I'm going to present is the increase in sea level, in mean sea level in the Mediterranean, which is 0.5 millimeters per year. And this has a change in the last 10 or 15 years before the present day. Going to the green indicator, which is here the chlorophyll A, which is a measure for the phytoplankton and the production in the ocean waters. We observe an increase during the period of 1997 to 2017, with a trend of all of 1%. These alterations are signals, and I think a strong signal, to changes in environmental conditions in the Mediterranean water. In addition to that, the continuing acidification of the Mediterranean as a result to the increasing concentration of carbon dioxide in the atmosphere is another issue with a significant impact on the ecosystem. The negative effect of acidification in combination with the invasion of foreign species in the environment of the Mediterranean are one of the most serious threats to the balance of marine habitats in the region in a direct connection with the climate change. It is clear, therefore, that the situation in the ocean, and especially in the Mediterranean, is very crucial, and therefore measures must be taken, and the time for that is now. For this reason, the United Nations in December 5th of 2017 declares that the decade of the ocean science of sustainable development would help from 2021 to 2030. The decade of the ocean will provide a common framework to ensure that the ocean science can fully support countries to achieve the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. The decade will provide a challenge, a lifetime opportunity to create new foundation across the science policy interface to strengthen the management of our oceans for benefit of the humanity. Following that, the Intergovernmental Oceanographic Commission of UNESCO has been asked by the General Assembly to work with all interested stakeholders to design a decade of the ocean science that will help us to deliver the ocean we need for the future we want. The IOC is working with member states to protect the health of our ocean by contributing programs in ocean observation, hazard mitigation, tsunami warnings, and marine spatial planning. The decade will provide a unified framework across the nation to enable countries to achieve all their ocean-related Agenda 2030 priorities. The vision is to develop scientific knowledge, building infrastructure, and foster a partnership for a sustainable and healthy ocean. What will the decade of the ocean will achieve? There are 6 outcomes. The clean ocean, where sources of pollution are undefined and removed. The second is a healthy and resilient ocean where marine ecosystems are mapped and protected. The third one is the predictable ocean, where society has the capacity to understand currents and future ocean conditions. The next one is the safe ocean, where people are protected from ocean hazards. A sustainable, harvested, and a productive ocean ensuring the provision of food supply. And a transparent ocean with open access to data, information, and technologies. In the same pathway, the Mediterranean regional workshop, which held last January, declares the initiative the Mediterranean Sea we need for the future we want. Organized also this initiative in 6 groups in accordance with the 6 tasks of the decade. And these 6 tasks are the clean Mediterranean Sea, the healthy and resilient Mediterranean Sea, a predicted Mediterranean Sea, the fourth one, a safe Mediterranean Sea, the fifth, the sustainable, harvested, and productive Mediterranean Sea, and finally, the sixth one, a transparent and accessible Mediterranean Sea. In parallel with that, with this way shown by the United Nations, the European Marine Board, which is a group of scientists for all over Europe, presented the policy brief recommendation for the ocean decade. The policy brief is based on the previous position paper of the European Marine Board, the Navigating the Future 5. This position paper describes the present, describes the science needed to achieve the sustainability goals and recommended a holistic solution-oriented marine research agenda that should be co-designed with all stakeholders and with sustainability at its core. The policy brief, the paper that presented it last October, highlights the close alignment and overlap between the societal outcomes of the decade and give more details how the scientific community designed the science needed for the ocean decade. During the Mediterranean Regional Workshop, another initiative presented, that it's the Coast Predict initiative, or in full, predicting the coastal, the global coastal ocean, dedicated to partially fulfill the United Nations Decade of Ocean Science for Sustainability Development, that is the predicted, healthy, and safe ocean. The Coast Predict initiative is based on a basic concept of the global coastal ocean, where coastal ocean is that area extending inshore from the estuary mouths to river catchment affected by salt waters, and offshore from the surf zone to the continental surf and slope, where waters of continental origin meet open ocean currents. Of course, this initiative is not fulfill all the goals of the decade, of the ocean decade, but is in the core part. And it hopes that the cost predict will fill the gaps of our understanding in the global coastal ocean in order to contribute solution to the sustainable development. And to conclude, I think that it's well documented for all the research up to date that the health of our ocean and sea, including the Mediterranean Sea, is under pressure like never before. Therefore, the year 2021 marks the start of the United Nations Decade of Ocean Science for Sustainable Development. And this is an opportunity, and I think this is the main opportunity, not only for scientists, but mainly for the policymaker, the industry, and the public, to come together to ensure that the society will continue to benefit from the ocean resources, and also that they are going to protect the ocean and to improve the ocean ecological health. And this is the only sustainable term for the future. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you, Professor Christianidis, for another very interesting presentation. I think the topic is so interesting and so wide, we could discuss for hours, but unfortunately we don't have hours. We just have a couple of minutes just to take maybe one question, if there is any. Okay, so if you have any questions following for those who follow our transmission, our live streaming, you can send your questions and we will make sure that they will be answered by the panelists of today. Thank you all very much. Thank you, Daniel. Thank you, Matthias. Thank you, Yanis. Thank you all for being present and participating, contributing in this very interesting subject. Thank you very much. And now we will move to the next panel. It's the topic is blue growth, and it will be moderated by Professor Grigoris Zarotiadis.
Dear colleagues, let us give a few minutes time to just a couple of minutes. I see Professor Mamoutis online, Professor Dimitriadis. I saw a few minutes ago also Alexandra Harrington was online. So yeah, there she is. Hi. Let us wait for a couple of minutes till we start, yeah? All right. Dear colleagues, I think we can start. Allow me first of all to welcome you all, those being physically present in Thessaloniki and those who weren't able to be here, although till the last minute we were hoping for some of you, and also to all participants, which are many and coming from many different places from all around the world. We are now in the session which is dealing with blue growth. There will be 4 distinguished speakers that will try to contribute within 10 minutes if possible, so that we will have enough time afterwards for the discussion. Allow me to say just some introductory words, perhaps also presenting myself. I'm Grigoris Zarotiadis. I am professor in the School of Economics in Aristotle University of Thessaloniki and the Dean of the Faculty of Economic and Political Sciences in our university, along with other activities in the frame of the STSN Black Sea. Now, in this session, what we're going to discuss, as we said initially, is blue growth. In a time where sustainability issues meet the overaccumulation of financial capital, being in complete discrepancy with the persistent crisis in production, blue growth could be a progressive way out. This is what has been said in the last years in all different fora where this has been discussed from a scientific but also from a political point of view. Panelists discuss the prospects of sea ocean in the following minutes, related sectors with sea and oceans, and provide issues and discussion with respect to the social and environmental sustainability, as this has to be clarified. Blue growth and blue economy is not only dealing with the sectors that are related to sea and oceans, but also under the specific with a specific respect of serving social and environmental sustainability. Therefore, I wouldn't like to waste more time with introductory notes, and I think that we can follow, given that all 4 speakers are present, as we see, I think that we can follow the segments that we put from the beginning. And I would kindly ask Dr. Alexandra Harrington to contribute. She's Research Director and Lead Counselor in the CISDL and a Fulbright Canada Researcher in Global Governance and a Visiting Assistant Professor of Law in Albany Law School, as well as Director of Studies in the International Law Association of Colombia. Alexandra.
Thank you so much. And I would like to apologize. I had so intended to be there in person. So hopefully next time I will be. But thank you for that welcome, and thank you to all of you for joining us. I will apologize in advance. I'm coming to you actually from New York, and so it's still a bit early here and the light is a bit questionable. So I apologize, although at this hour you might not want to see me. So actually the introduction was perfect in light of stressing the various impacts of what we conceive of as blue growth, blue economy, on not only what are more the traditional assumptions for SDGs, but also some of the SDGs that are related but often not thought of. So I will address several of those as a legal scholar as well as a scholar of sustainable development, and then look specifically at the idea of how this relates to issues such as mining, both for oil and natural gas, but also potential deep sea mining in the future. And obviously anything that I do say is prefaced, as I think we all must at this point, with the idea that it's based on our information at present, and it is in an incomplete world of knowledge as to what the pandemic will do and how the pandemic will impact everything that we are discussing. And in fact, as I will get into a little bit more, some of the economic issues we see come from the question of the EU green growth model and how we come back with the European Green Deal and how we come back and build back better in a way that nationally involves legislation which touches on not only economic stimulus, but especially environmental growth. So I will do that, and I promise I will stick to 10 minutes. Please do yell at me should you need to. It's absolutely fine. But when we look at the legal frameworks and the SDGs, many times it's easy to look at what we consider as those immediately related to the oceans and to ocean governance and sea governance, and not necessarily really understand their impact. This is certainly the case in the context of laws and legislation at the national level and at the regional level. So as we see with the Mediterranean and also with the Black Seas, because of how the different legal regimes work together, and often because of what we don't necessarily view, certainly as legal scholars, we do this all the time, as important to the legal functioning of environmental impact assessment, for example, or the attempts that exist to bridge the different legal regimes in the European Union and, for example, in the Eastern Mediterranean amongst Cyprus, Turkey at the moment, Lebanon, Jordan, etc. So that is one of the fundamental things that we need to understand from the legal background, is how we build these bridges and how we find a way to ensure that whatever we're doing for green growth and blue growth, because they really can't be decoupled, one has to go with the other, is reflected in law, and that law reflects well what is going on, which is often one of my arguments. But in terms of the SDGs, since we are convened here by the SDSN network, what I would like to highlight is that there are basically 3 categories of SDG that we should think of when we're looking at the idea of a blue growth system. Perhaps the most obvious is the idea of SDG 6, as well as SDG 14. So in SDG 6 on water, as well as sanitation, but principally for our concerns, if we're talking about oceans and sea governance, SDG 6 as the idea of the right to water and access to water, SDG 6.4, which relates to the sustainability of increased water use and water efficiency across all sectors. What we see in the idea of blue growth is the idea of potential for desalination, et cetera, which has increasing roles in the Mediterranean and in the Black Sea, especially in the Mediterranean, for things that are outlined in the various different European Union strategies, also in the Mediterranean strategy for sustainable development, especially in the latest strategy for 2016 to 2025, which I reread last night to make sure it still made sense in the face of all the pandemic, and it does. So that was my nighttime reading, but it definitely does outline a pathway for the use of desalination as a measure that we should keep in mind for green growth. And it highlights some of the real complexities that Grigoris had discussed in the beginning in terms of what we conceive of as blue growth being so diverse. SDG 14 is perhaps where everyone's mind, including my own, always goes when we talk about this concept of green growth and blue growth together in the oceans and sea context, because it relates to life below water, basically is the short way of saying it, and we all love short ways of saying things in international law. Those are obvious. These benchmarks, I think we're all aware of them. They're obvious, very obvious. The more obvious, but perhaps less often referenced SDGs tend to come from SDG 13, which is on climate change generally. And especially in the context of trying to entrench blue growth, what we want to think about is how we can integrate this into national laws and policies. And so SDG 13.2, this target, is exactly what we need to think of as lawyers, as policymakers, as scientists, in terms of how do we integrate climate change measures into national policies and national strategies and planning systems in order to accommodate the idea of green growth and blue growth together. So we no longer think of them as one or the other. Additionally, SDG 7 on reliable and safe energy has several different targets that we should think of when we're making law and policy, and also when we're implementing it, because of the great potential for the idea of blue growth to generate energy, especially renewable energy. Certainly at this point in the European context, when we think of renewable energy, we tend to think of it more in the context of the Atlantic or in the Northern European states in terms of wind farming, et cetera, as well as the traditional oil and gas extraction methods. But at the same time, there is a great deal of speculation as to the ability of using the Mediterranean and the Black Seas for things like solar power, wind power, et cetera. And that definitely falls under the idea of SDG 7 at the same time that the traditional oil and gas sectors for energy also fall under this. And what's interesting to note is that the actual output of oil and natural gas coming from the European region as a whole, including potential areas in the European Union that touch on the Mediterranean, has been going down in recent years, at the same time that we now have more advanced technologies to say we believe that there are oil and natural gas deposits throughout the Mediterranean itself that could be tapped. So this is a very interesting way of trying to bridge this. And then I also like to talk about a bit more of the less obvious SDGs. And in this context, though it will not be in numerical order, I will bring it up first as SDG 16, because in the time frame, I want to make sure we get it in, which relates to peace, justice, and institutions, strong institutions. And what often seems completely incongruous together actually goes quite well, in the sense that SDG 16 links to the idea of using things like environmental impact assessments, transparency, citizens participation, and governance mechanisms that allow for public involvement. And as we move into a blue economy, especially one that is post-pandemic, where citizens are so much more desirous and kind of demanding of their involvement in knowledge, in decision-making, especially for the economy, it becomes very important for us to remember this relationship, because it really will be something that grows back, I think, quite connectedly. And whilst statements such as the recent member state statement of many states that are part of the UN and on the more progressive end of the SDGs, that it is unlikely that we will meet the targets in the SDGs, might be true. SDG 16 does offer us an ability to really entrench them in many contexts, including in this context. And I know my time is running short. So what I also would like to mention, just in terms of the SDGs, and then I think if there are any questions on how they relate to the Mediterranean and Black Seas and European Union aspects, as well as those in the Middle East and North Africa, I'm happy to take them during the question and answer session, is SDG 17 on partnerships. Because again, as we are building back, we will start to see a stronger correlation between efforts to include those states that border on the Mediterranean and the Black Seas and have access to various mineral rights, various renewables and non-renewable sector energy rights. So I will stop there before I get yelled at by the timekeeper, but and he's more than welcome to do so. But I would welcome any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Alexandra. It was, from my understanding, a great starting with presentation as a contribution, as Alexandra succeeded into setting the institutional framework where blue growth and blue economy will be discussed in the future, revealing the relationships with some of the SDGs and also the very important international context of international relations in terms of legislative but also political issues that arise, focusing on the Mediterranean and the Black Sea because of the fact that cleaning and dealing costs are very important in that area, down to the national policies and strategies that can be applied. Before presenting the second contributor, Ruslana Palatnik from Israel, allow me also to say that the two ladies are participating in this forum, given that we are collaborating with many other colleagues in an international study group that has been established 6 months ago. And I hope that now, in the following of the pandemic crisis, we will continue in a much stronger path. A study group which will be dealing with the question to drill or not to drill in the Mediterranean, so to say, in order to analyze costs and benefits of this choice in the wider area. Now, we are proceeding with Ruslana Palatnik. Allow me to say a few words. She's a senior lecturer at the Department of Economics and Management at the Yisrael Valley College and the head of Sustainable Economic and Environmental Lab at the same college, as well as a senior research fellow at the Natural Resources and Environmental Research Center in the University of her research interests are climate change economics, environmental policy evaluation, energy and natural resource economics, and water management. And in 2015-16, she was a visiting researcher at the Department of Agriculture and Resource Economics in the University of California at Berkeley, where she was analyzing the economic aspects of biofuels. Not to take more time from her presentation, I will stop here with what she achieved till now. Ruslana, please.
Thank you, Grigoris, for the kind words. Just to make sure that you see my first slide without the notes, right? Okay, perfect. Thank you. And thank you for the opportunity to present at this prestigious event. Hope to be present in the next year's Sustainable Summit. I will address the economic impacts of exporting natural gas through the case study of Israel as a representative Mediterranean small open country. I will start with a few stylized facts about the Israeli energy sector. Basically, Israel is an energy island. We don't have any connection in terms of power transmission with neighbors or any other energy sources. Until 2004, all the primary energy sources were imported in Israel, and the energy bill was about 5% of the GDP. And the electricity, the power generation basically was a regulated vertical monopoly up until 2 years ago. And I would claim that in general, we have rather low environmental awareness in private and public sectors, maybe relative to the average in the EU. But we should keep in mind also that the solar water panels on rooftops for heating water are all over here since late 70s. So when the technologies are cost efficient, people are ready to adopt them. So this is just a background. And starting from this background, we can discuss the natural resources, energy resources in Israel. Basically, since the establishment of Israel in late 40s, there was a major government effort to find, to discover oil, gas, etc. Nothing was revealed, and the government gave up those efforts after establishing the laws that basically gave the major rights for private entrepreneurs if they face, if they actually discover natural resources. And nothing interesting was happening up until 1999 when a small field offshore Israel, here you can see, Yam Tethys it is called, was discovered. In parallel to that, there was an effort to connect and import natural gas from Egypt in early 2000, and those imports started in 2004. But with the upheaval of the 2011, basically the pipeline from Egypt was sabotaged and effectively brought imports to a halt. But by that time, there were two major discoveries of the Tamar field in 2009, and after that of Leviathan, this major field in 2010, which allowed Israel to connect to the domestic energy sources. And we can see the major change that it drove in primary energy supply by fuel, where there was no natural gas at all until 2003. And we can see that now we reach about 40% of the total primary energy supply from natural gas, as it basically drove out coal, because mainly natural gas is used in power generation for now. So this is background. Now let's go to the economic impacts. So when the discoveries arrived a decade ago, they raised an ongoing and raging debate in Israel about the optimal policy approach to make the most of those reserves in a way which would be the most economical, morally acceptable, geostrategically prudent, and all the while feasible. The debate revolves mostly around the topic of the country's rights, either by taxation or by direct ownership, what should be the price of natural gas for the local users, how much of the total reserves we should preserve for domestic use and how much we should export, and what is the environmental impact of the discoveries. So focusing on the export, the question of how much gas to preserve and how much to export was discussed in several government committees. And based on the Tzemach committee recommendations, it was decided that about 500 BCM should be preserved for domestic use, and the rest of about 350 BCM should be exported. Up until recently, the export was on a very low scale. There are several agreements signed with the neighbors, and probably some of you heard about the EastMed project that should, when it is built, when the pipeline will be built, it should connect Leviathan, the major field, with Cyprus, and then connect to the European market. So this is under discussion, construction, etc. So I would briefly present 3 studies that we recently conducted with the colleagues around the issue of exporting natural gas. In this first study that I present, we compared alternative scenarios of extraction and exporting that are on the table of policymakers now, and we compared the basic scenario as of now in Israel that I presented before versus the intensive extraction and exporting scenario where we basically export as fast as we can everything that is there. And the alternative is a conservative scenario where no export at all is allowed and all the reserves are used for the domestic users. What we found is that if the income from taxes is generated in sovereign wealth fund and then transferred for the future generations, then in this case, the social welfare, intergenerational social welfare increases when the extraction and exporting is rapid rather than in the conservative or the basic scenario, which is basically lays within the theoretical framework and the weak sustainability rule of Hartwig that says if there is a depletable natural resource, but when we can compensate the future generations, not with the physical units of it, but with the monetary units, then we gain the sustainable growth. However, given that we have fast export, we can be under threat of another phenomenon, which is called the Dutch disease. We have several examples in the economic history, and rather recent economic history, where in the scenarios that occur in small countries with an important resource extraction sector like natural gas can become in Israel, where the large-scale expansion of this sector generates large export revenues that are exchanged in domestic currency. This demand appreciates the domestic currency, causing domestic goods to become more expensive comparing to the foreign goods. And consequently, the country's international competitiveness soars, hampering its other imports of other goods and services. And instead of giving a rise to the economy, we gain a decline in the economic growth. So we were investigating whether, even though there is no much export already in Israel, whether the rumors or expectations about future export already causes appreciation of Israeli shekel. We can see here that in 2009, just before the Tamar was discovered, the Israeli shekel exchange rate versus dollar was around 4 shekels per dollar, and in 2017 it declined, and now it stays at around 3.5 and even lower than that. So we investigated the impact of expectations through the event study methodology. We collected announcements made in newspapers, in online publications, around the news around the natural gas industry in Israel. And we investigated whether those news had impact, extra impact on the exchange rate, extra comparing to other effects that present in the day-to-day market of exchange of the currency. And we did find in different layers the impact of news and expectations around energy and natural gas extraction and exporting. I will not go through those detailed graphs, but in general, the results revealed that gas-related news do affect the exchange rate and appreciate already Israeli shekels. And so the final studies that I will briefly go through is the ones that we currently work on, where we basically ask whether the natural gas can be a bridge and an obstacle to the green growth or to reducing the greenhouse gas emissions. We are aware of the Green Deal for Europe, and we basically ask what can be feasible in economic terms, Green Deal for Israel. So employing an energy macroeconomic model, linked modeling framework of message and macro. We investigated the future transition of Israeli energy and the economy in the baseline scenario versus alternative scenarios where we have a carbon tax or other policy driven changes to mitigate greenhouse gases. And what we see here in bars are the changes in GDP growth by scenarios. And in the line, we see is greenhouse gas emissions in corresponding scenarios. So gray is the baseline scenario, and green is the scenario with carbon tax, and blue is the scenario with both carbon tax and also policy goals such as 85% of renewable energy in power generation and 100% of electric vehicles on the road by 2050. And we see that basically without much affecting the economy, we can reach a significant reduction in carbon emissions. And here too, if we can check the role of natural gas, we see the energy mix in power generation in the baseline versus the alternative policy scenarios. And we see that, for example, under the tax scenario where we reach a significant reduction in emissions, we still have about 40% of natural gas in power generation by 2050. So to summarize briefly all the discussions that we had by now, we can claim that welfare increases when extraction exports are quick, given that income to future generation is transferred through sovereign wealth fund. However, we should remember that Dutch disease is a real threat, and there are evidences for currency appreciation already in Israel. If managed right, natural gas can bridge towards a clean energy transition, reducing the costs to the system. But I must say, this is not something that I can claim that I investigated. We do have evidences of resource curse occurring in Israel. The threats of corruption in the political system are not proven yet, but it's a real threat. So, any questions?
Thank you, Ruslana. I think that it was a very constructive contribution because based upon the example and the case of Israel, Ruslana was able to provide all the different questions that may arise with respect to the economic impact and also the environmental impact of natural gas resources extraction. Actually dealing with extraction in the sea and ocean is a very curious, a very interesting question with respect to blue growth and blue economy, because there are the strongest questions and issues that may arise with respect to economic, social, or environmental sustainability. I would like now that we can proceed with a third contributor, just allow me to say only that the very interesting presentation of Ruslana will be available to all who participate, but also who would like to see afterwards what we were discussing of. Now we can proceed with Dimitris Dimitriadis. Dimitris is a member of the European Economic and Social Committee from the Employers Group since 1999 and former president and vice president of the committee. He is also member of the board and directors of SME United, member of the board of directors of the Greek Confederation of Commerce and Entrepreneurship, and member of the governing board of the EU Strategy for the Adriatic and Ionian region. Moreover, he is the CEO of Makedoniki Real Estate, and he was previously member of the Executive Council in Eurocommerce, president of the organizing committee of the first Southeastern European Conference for Electronic Commerce, president of Thessaloniki Traders Association, Federation of Traders Association of Central East and Macedonian Thrace, and besides having a PhD from our university in the law school, we had also with Professor Mousiopoulos a lot of time the opportunity to serve him and the committee, European Economic and Social Committee, for the different opinions that are being drawn up there. One of which was about the blue economy development in Western Mediterranean. Dimitri, please. We cannot hear you. You can. There might be a problem with the mic, with your mic, Dimitri. I would say that in order to, let's try to solve it for a while. And if not, we can try again later after, and we can proceed with Professor Mahmoud. But would you try again? No, we don't hear you, no.
Do you hear me? It's okay. Thank you. Thank you. It was a small problem from my side. Thank you, Professor Zarotiadis. It's a great pleasure to be with you. A lot of greetings from Mount Olympus. It is okay. Unfortunately for me, I think that between the very important speakers and participants, I'm the only one that I'm not professor, unfortunately for me. In any case, I saw this very important presentation from Professor Krestenitis, and I keep in mind what exactly Mediterranean Sea we need for the future. We want a clean Mediterranean Sea, a healthy and a resilient Mediterranean Sea, a predicted Mediterranean Sea, a safe Mediterranean Sea, a sustainable, productive Mediterranean Sea, a transparent and accessible Mediterranean Sea. But exactly what kind of Mediterranean we have now, it is totally different with what we want for Mediterranean. In Mediterranean, we have a big geopolitical instability. We have a prolonged economic and financial crisis with high youth unemployed in several countries, a growing coastal urbanization, an overexploitation of fish stocks, marine pollution, refugee crisis, climate change, and a lot of other problems in Mediterranean. And I'm talking on behalf of the European Economic and Social Committee and as rapporteur of the opinion about the initiative of the European Commission for the sustainable development of the blue economy in the Western Mediterranean, in which I had the great honor and pleasure to be together with Professor Zarotiadis and Professor Mousiopoulos. Okay, now I will try to be a little bit practical with what happened in Mediterranean. First of all, with my experience from Brussels the last 30 years, I can say easily from the beginning that all the European efforts has failed dramatically. Europe tried the last 30 years to support the Mediterranean countries, to create some important policies about Mediterranean, but unfortunately for a lot of important reasons, all these policies has been failed dramatically. A lot of money stayed in Brussels without any interest for the countries of Mediterranean. A lot of dramatically, and from 2015, when the European Union established the Union for Mediterranean in Barcelona, very few important programs runs in Mediterranean and have any special support basically for the people, for the citizens of the Mediterranean countries. And basically when we are talking for Mediterranean, it's necessary to clarify that we are talking for the southern part of Africa, because this is our main interest of the European Union. Now, in 2017, the European Union established an initiative for the sustainable development of the blue economy in Mediterranean, in the Western Mediterranean. Of course, it is obvious that everybody can understand that it is more practical to discuss for Western Mediterranean, because if we can see the map in Eastern Mediterranean, immediately we can understand how many problems are in Eastern Mediterranean, how many problems has been created the last 20, 30 years, basically geopolitical problems. And of course, it is very hopeful, the previous presentation about the oil and gas in Israel and in Mediterranean, most probably, and we hope that this will give a great opportunity for the countries of Eastern Mediterranean to work together. Now, what it is exactly the initiative from the European Union? It has three specific targets: safer and more secure maritime space, a smart and resilient blue economy, and the focus on skills development, research and innovation, better governance of the sea. But only these three big targets will be followed by three other important targets, and this is biodiversity and conservation and intercultural communication, because we can see easily that the communication between the two parts of Mediterranean, the basin of Mediterranean, it's not an easy task. We have a lot of activities, a lot of communication, commercial communication, we have maritime, but the reality is that we don't have real communication and very practical support between the countries and the practical cooperation. For this reason, the European Union is trying a lot to establish some bridges, not always with a lot of success, because there is a lack of information, lack of experience, and basically maybe the European bureaucracy established so many important problems for between the two sides of the Mediterranean that it's impossible for the countries in the northern part of Africa to accept and to continue to work with the European Union and the European countries. What it is very important, if someone is looking this initiative, it is the unemployment, because unemployment for the European Union is a very important target. We have in this part of Mediterranean unemployment, especially for the northern part of Africa, the rates are from 14% to 58%. That means that we have a lot of a big part of unemployed young person, but the strange is that unfortunately on the other side, a lot of business activities, they need young employers, young workers, but there is no skills and there are no a lot of experience to the employees to work with the business community in the northern part of Africa. For this reason, the rates are extremely high. Now, what it is extremely important, it is that all the European programs, especially the MED programs, maybe the participants of this seminar knows well that the MED programs running for more than a decade left behind more than unused, without any using, more than 350 million euros, because between the two sides it was of Mediterranean, it was not possible to have a real communication and to run specific programs. And it is important for Europe to try to establish this kind of programs, because Mediterranean is a very important for political reasons and economic reasons and for a lot of other reasons that we know well. What it is very important also, it is that we don't have close cooperation between the citizens. We don't have between municipalities. The municipalities can play, and municipalities, regions can play a crucial role in the two bridges to establish bridges in Mediterranean. And the most important, it is necessary the European Union to try more and more to give expertise and more tools to the northern part of Africa in the Mediterranean region. The initiative started, as I told you, in 2017. It has been created a task force. I had the honor to be member of this task on behalf of the European Union. Next week on 15, we had a teleconference. The Jordanian presidency asked the members of the task force to be together to work for the program 2020-2027. And I hope that all these ideas and initiatives will be on the table to find finally the results that are necessary for this country. Thank you very much.
Dimitri, thank you for a great presentation of what is happening in the international political side with respect to the collaboration and the sustainable development of Mediterranean, speaking also of the elephant in the room, which is the European Union in that respect, and also about revealing the differences between the two sides, the Western and Eastern part, but at the same time also the importance of succeeding into serving blue growth and sustainable development in the Eastern part as well. Now, last but by far not least, we proceed to the fourth contributor in our session. It is Professor Eden Mahmoud, and we are very pleased to have him with us because Eden, being a professor in Romania and being also the General Secretary of the Black Sea Universities Network, participate as well as Aristotle University, and we feel honored for that, would be able to provide not necessarily Mediterranean, but more a Black Sea view, as well as the content of his presentation that has been, will be under the title Addressing Blue Growth in Port Cities in the Era of Digitalization. Dear Eden, the floor is yours.
Hello, Kalimera, how are you? Can you hear me? Okay, so I would like to express my deep gratitude for the organizers for inviting me to this very important meeting. Hopefully it will become a very traditional event that will last from now on and will facilitate to become a sort of a regional agora for raising different important issues. So I shall pass very quickly because this morning also Professor Mitkas was present and he introduced in a few words the activities of the Black Sea Universities Network and our partnership with the SDSN Black Sea. It is a very important, let's say, development and an activity that will be very fruitful in the future. So my contribution to this panel and the discussions that have all been already started by the distinguished speakers before is a little bit to, let's say, present our concerns and aspects related to the blue growth in port cities in the area of the Black Sea. So I shall see how this is going on. Okay, so the outline of the presentation is about the context of the blue growth in the Black Sea few words about the port of Constanța and the aspects that we have studied into detail, aspects related to the sustainability corridors that can be connected in this respect, the impact of digitalization, and some final conclusions. So the connection between the wealth and the sea, the search for how can I say, some commercial and economical opportunities and adventure in the sea, it is an achievement that started from this part of the world. It is the famous legend of the Argonauts and of the Golden Fleece. And it became a sort of a pattern for the way of behavior of human civilization for many thousands of years afterwards. So it is a sort of path that was defined and opened the doors for the development of the mankind civilization in centuries and thousands that passed. And of course, this was further understood, and it became a fundamental part of economical development of different regions. And you can see here the way in which the Western countries, the Westerner communities from Europe understood the importance of the connectivity to water by developing a fantastic network of canals and connectivities, and then the expansion towards the ocean. Unfortunately, for the southeast part of Europe, this process of understanding the importance of the connectivity between the economic growth, the welfare, and the connectivity via the water took us to a sort of a lagging behind. We have an excellent connection via the Danube Delta and the Black Sea. But as you can see, in this area of Southeast Europe, the connectivities via water are not very well developed. Unfortunately, at the same time, we took the sensitivity and the environmental consequences of such developments. So catching all the waters from the northern part of Europe, bringing the nutrients and the pollutants all over the Europe, Danube is developing a very sensitive area. For instance, you can see here with the red, the Natura 2000 sensitive areas at the exit of the Danube and the connection to the sea. So unfortunately, the developments in the western part of Europe have not been, let's say, connected and balanced by the same type of development in our part, but unfortunately we paid the bill. So the accumulation of pollution was done into this area, and this is a sort of lesson that we have to take out of this. So this part of the world has very creative people that contributed to the definition of patterns for the development of the civilization, but then these concepts generated welfare in different other regions and the consequences of paying the bill. So we are now at the beginning of a new era. So worldwide, there is a big concern into the, let's say, very high fragility of the environment and the problems related to that. And now the mankind is initiating a new large cycle. This can be considered an economical and a development cycle, which from now on is going to be a cycle centered on environmental sustainability. But we have to understand this new cycle, and we have to let's say, take the lessons from the past cycle and try to not repeat the same mistakes for the next decades and centuries. And in that respect, the Black Sea University Network, starting with 2017, we joined this, let's say, group that started the drafting of the strategy for research and innovation on blue growth in the Black Sea region. And in 2019, this strategic agenda has been issued and was presented during the Romanian chairmanship to the European Council. And this is a document that, together with the Common Maritime Agenda, are, let's say, the elements that could define the new path. What means the new path? The new path at the end is the fundamental definition of sustainable development. So, to assure the welfare of the present generations without constraining the capacity of future generations to reach their welfare. So from that perspective, taking this definition into consideration, we tried to apply this issue for the case of the region where we are living, and this is the region of Constanța. And we put ourselves this question: what if and how we have to develop this region in order to be comparative with another success story that is the story of Rotterdam? What kind of competitive advantages are here, and what kind of things have to be unlocked in order to transform Constanța in a comparative example of development for this region? The port of Constanța is the largest port on the Black Sea. You know probably very well this. It is an artificial port. It is, let's say, a treasure of the Romanian nation. For almost 100 years, the Romanian governments that passed over the years invested in the development of such jewel. It is a fantastic, let's say, infrastructure which has been conceived in order to become a very important regional pole. Constanța has also very important, let's say, advantages, because from one side is the connectivity with the Danube, and there are, of course, many other options that could facilitate and could generate some development centered on Constanța. We, at the university here, we develop different research activities. This is just one of our projects studying the competitive advantages of the Constanța port connected or in comparison with Trieste, Varna, and Piraeus. And we have underlined the importance of the connectivity with the Danube, which could by far facilitate a connection towards the center of Europe with the minimum impact on the environment. So this is a very important aspect that is the most important advantage of Constanța and has to be, let's say, further conceived. So Constanța itself is not only the port, it is also the city of Constanța, a touristic port, an industrial area, and also, let's say, a very nice place to live on. And for that reason, 1 year ago, I participated to the summer school in Posidi, and I have presented our activities trying to convert, to transform this port into a green port, integrating the renewable energy sources and facilitating the development based on that. Also in 2019, together with Professor Theodosiu and Professor Christides, we organized in Romania the first conference on the implementation of SDGs in the Black Sea region, and we demonstrated the importance of modeling and ecosystem services, how these new approaches could generate some new developments in the area. And I would like to continue now presenting the, let's say, very important achievement from scientific and knowledge point of view, because also it is well known the very famous Panta-Rhei principle, which is attributed to Heraclit, but it was found in the writings of Simplicius, and also continued with other antiquity scientists. Recently, Romanian-born scientist, professor from Duke University, developed the constructal theory that the development of any kind of morphing, starting from economical towards engineering type of structures, has to be based on the same principle. So to facilitate the flows of different type of fluxes into that system. So considering this, at present, we are developing these digital platforms for integrating the information, big data from different data sets and data sources in order to use them in the decision support for the implementation of different initiatives. Among them, we have the Danube Green Corridor, an initiative that is aiming to facilitate the transformation of the, let's say, lower part of Danube connected with the rest of the Danube and Rhine towards an axle for sustainable development along the Black Sea. At the same time, between the Danube and the Black Sea, we have the region which is called the Dobroja Blue Bay, a region for innovation, a valley of innovation that has been defined based on these principles. And not at least, as a, let's say, as a final remark, the Black Sea Universities Network, we are trying to promote the so-called science-centered growth approach into the region. So where the decisions doesn't matter if they are related to environment protection, to the use of renewables, or the exploitation of gas resources, have to be taken based on the scientific models and the scientific considerations. So taking all these aspects, we would like once again to underline the importance of cooperation in the region and the importance of dialogue based on mutual respect. So we are sure that if in some moments there are different conflictual or confrontative type of situations, the Black Sea region is a region of peace, and we are sure that with the contribution of the universities, this will be an effective achievement. So thank you for your attention.
Eden, thank you very much. Allow me not necessarily to comment on the presentation of Eden as a whole, because it was comprehensive and input very interesting ideas next to the presentation of Constanța Future, which could be a good example of analyzing the future of other harbors and ports in the area. And only to focus on his last words, as I think it is a good closure of the session, given that the 17th goal about cooperation and respect is the crowning goal of SDGs. And at the same time, it is especially for our areas, for the two seas, for the Black Sea and for the Mediterranean, cooperation and respect are the keys for not only blue growth and blue economy, but for the sustainable development of that area as a whole. I would kindly ask you, perhaps the audience here, professors and colleagues that are with us here, to post a question. And given that we are already out of time, all the questions that have been raised and collected via the internet will be sent to all 4 participants, and we then collect and publish your answers with respect to them. So please, colleagues. There is also another reason for not having questions. It will be lunchtime now here in Thessaloniki. I hope that it will be something similar for you as well. Thank you very much for your contribution. It was really very rich and very constructive. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Have a good lunch and afternoon.
Thank you. Ευχαριστώ.
Now we have a break of an hour. Is that correct? Okay. And then at 3 o'clock, we will start again with the next session. Bye-bye. Goodbye.
Bye.
Ναι, νομίζω πήγε καλά και έχουμε υλικό αρκετό. 4. Φεύγω.